Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply, and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison, while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me, but nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
We are rapidly approaching a moment of truth, both for ourselves as human beings and for the life of our nation. Now, truth is not always a pleasant thing, but it is necessary now to make a choice, to choose between two admittedly regrettable, but nevertheless distinguishable post-war environments. One where you got 20 million people killed, and the other where you got 150 million people killed. Mr. President, I'm not saying we wouldn't get our hair mussed, but I do say no more than 10 to 20 million killed, tops.
We got the populace, brainwashed, all in the state of shock. We got the military-industrial complex moves wide over your block. And if you happen to become aware, we don't particularly care. Cause we got the neutron bombs that instantly suck the oxygen right out of your air.
prize a piece.
That word takes on new meaning. It don't mean what you're thinking.
It means full spectrum dominance for real, and you won't be born unless you have a function to fulfill. A scientific dictatorship's more efficient, cause we ain't gotta waste effort to entertain your pathetic bitches. We just stick a chip in you, immerse yourself, so you'll be able to Google Earth yourself.
Real time with no computer. We will make humans super.
It's the ultimate Trojan horse. Once you marry the beast, there ain't no divorce.
We got the populace brainwashed, all in a state of shock. We got the military industrial complex, goon squad all in your block. And if you happen to become aware now, we don't particularly care now, cause we got the neutron bombs, there's at least up the oxygen right out of your air.
There's a war going on, hidden in plain view. It's mass murder, 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 and it's aimed at you. They preparing for mass casualties, wild but true. Doomsday seeds owned by Rothschild and crew. So when the manufacturing famine happen and they start to ration off rice at unreasonable prices, the people start to smash and grabbing. Monsanto conveniently step in to save the day. Organic seeds I take away, for GMO I make you pay. My actions are equivalent to raping nuns. I'm training foreign troops out to take your guns. We don't suffer from PTSD, we give it away for free. War is ugly, we make it fun. Line up accordingly for your shot. Your vaccine's mandatory, you don't wanna get popped. We gotta set a precedent, accordingly you'll be shot. Although it's not a law, we keep you in awe with a Glock pointed at you, cause
we got the populace brainwashed, all in a state of shock. We got the military industrial complex, goon squad all on your block. And if you happen to become aware that we don't particularly care now, cause we got the neutron bombs, it's at least up the oxygen right out of your air now.
Many of us were told in private conversations that if we voted against this bill on Monday, there would be martial law in America.
Walking down the street around 9 p.m. is about the time where you might see them. If you take a little peep through the windows of a house, you'll see lazy, lifeless beings steady laying on the couch. They seem to be in some kind of hypnotic dream, emotionlessly staring at a television screen. Or did you even notice we're conversating with the homies that all it takes is only the unbutton of a Sony and all attention is diverted, the conversation ends, preventing you from having a real discussion with your friends. If this sounds familiar or somewhat recognizable, you might have been subjected to the Pentagon's mind control. The set you own is fitted with a certain flicker rate. This is done to put you in a trans-hypnotic state. The most receptive brain parts start to activate. Without you even knowing it, your mind is getting raped. Your brain is now receptive to subliminal suggestion, ingesting without question all the mental regression. Unaware of it, the flash hit you like repetitive. The TV hypnotist is like a psychotherapist, while not reacting physically to the action that is shown, suppressing all emotion, so now your brain is prone to attention disorders lately kids are swimming in, while you're quick to give your kids some frickin' Ritalin. Except for mindless entertainment, nothing's really on. The news you hear is pre-selected and all agreed upon to be chewed up and spitted out in your living rooms by the owners of conglomerates or media tycoons. Behind the scenes, it's really families like these who are secretly entangled to the weapons industries. Turner, Murdoch, Redstone, Disney, and GE are in control of nearly every media you see. Do you know the Rothschilds bought up Reuters, NAP? which turn out to be the biggest news agencies. It's called the fourth branch of their own family tree. The other branch of profit from the war in the Middle East. That's why they mold your mind with words like Muslim terrorists. Their programming is repetitive, the pub works like a sedative. Yet fear and war are not the only things they sell. It's made to distract you from reality as well. I'm telling all the people that they better read and listen. Wake up from the zombie mode the telescreen is given. It's giving the empty vision to men, teens and women. Got you buying shit you don't really need for living. Consumers buying, nearly dying, trying to flee the system. Not understanding that they're not free but imprisoned, namely by greed and indeed materialism. Voting for which puppet will be next on television, while possessed by possessions, swagger, shine and fashion. They are unable to question the fashion progression. All people ever talk about what's on the night before. Sleep, work, and consume and watch the game some more. There are places you could go to watch your favorite show, where sports and movies are all instantly available on the World Wide Web, so you can also get the news from all points of view, so you won't get confused. You see the little red button on your remote control. It could free your soul like going down the rabbit hole. You don't want your state of mind to become the mind of state, so you better turn the TV off before it is too late. Be free to free your mind and take a look outside. Rally up the people, cause it's time to organize. Stand up, do something, revolution in the air. Throw up your guns and rush them like you just don't care.
Yo, exclusive ambush, diesel automatic, on his grind, sending me mad joints, yo, I had to play this shit, it's just fire.
Yo, first of all, I wanna say, motherfuck the system, and free all of the drug offenders that are stuck in prison. First
about one, it's 10 minutes long. Got a contender, the name of Barrett. That guy's a diamond, 24 carat. He's gonna make us a neat defendant with his interpretation of the First Amendment. He earns no money, pays no taxes, leaking shit about Abraxas. So lock and load and get your baseball bat. Did anyone check if he was on Tiny Chat? You fucking dumb fuck, the kid's online. The world's gonna see us kick his behind. Live on air, he's going down. The Ballad of Barrett Brown. Hello, I'm Robert Stacy McCain. It's maybe only 'cause of Barrett Brown you've ever heard my name. I was the donkey, Twitter was the carrot. Hey, ad support, are you gonna Twitter jail Barrett? No one's as smug as Robert Stacy Mac. I'm not a cleaner, how my racist is black. I got your number, Barrett, I know what you're planning. I'm gonna lock you up with Bradley Manning. Barrett's in prison saying, who will save us? Remember that 2-hour phone call with Jake Davis? Well, look at Jake now, the shades are gone. He's got your old job at the Guardian. Hey, wake up, Robert, wake up, feller. Another wet dream about Pamela Geller. Barrett, shut up with your anarchy. You make me hit my caps lock key. What can I say? Social media's hell. Many a tweet was filled, many a jail cell. So let's count the followers and see who's going down. And sing the Ballad of Barrett Brown. Everyone, my name is Aaron. You can't dox me, way past Karen. Sell your details to the feds for any amount, and I use the same password for every account. Yeah, I heard we're all ganging up on Barrett. We're gonna bust him out of that Texas garret. What you gonna do, Barrett? You in whose private army? I'm standing here getting interviewed by Parmy. Oh, come on, bitch, suck, for goodness sake. I hear you want me to get together with Jake, but Aaron, don't get down like that. I'm not your average internet rat. I wanna be the internet's chief inspector. When you're done with me, Parmy, just send in Hector. Anyway, guys, I'm bouncing back. You can't get me with your lulls, you hack. I got a new website. Oh shit, Tango Down. Tango Down, I know who's behind this. Oh, do I ever know who's behind this shit? It'll be the Ballad of Barrett Brown. Hello, I'm Barrett Brown. A lot of assholes want to bring me down. You know where to find me, my name is Barrett. I'm lying in the bath with a glass of claret. I got the bollocks, I am the dog zone. All I need is a little Suboxone. But this isn't what I became a hat for. I only wanted to report on Stratfor. So here's a clip of me shooting a gun. And that's what you get if you hassle my mom. Those were the vegetables, that was the salad, and you've been listening to this tragic ballad. It's a goddamn witch hunt. What do you think? You wanna lock up everyone who pastes a link? Looks like the feds done acted in haste. 'Cause you can't bust somebody over no paste. I got a short message with Agent Smith in it. Well, when I say short, I mean 45 minutes. Oh my God, my door is being kicked down. Thanks everybody, this has been the Ballad of me. The Ballad of Barrett Brown. The Ballad of
enforcing the law. You Inspector Gadget and they the Dr. Claus, trying to get the penny in the brain and all. VPN on the offshore islands, and they make every effort to silence. They fear what they don't understand, and they can't control, but they can't put a cork on your soul. Man, they make it harder to trust. They can turn a close homie in the federal bus. They can flip a little switch and have him sniffing the cuts, and you're sitting in the van with your wrists in the cuts. You can take the precautions, guard your identity like proof of the Martians, but the odds that you're getting betrayed logarithmically increase with the passing of days. It's another worldly fuck. Your life changed when they're kicking a dope. Ain't nothing been the same and your faith is low, but you don't pay to the game, give a fatal blow. Just another worldly fuck. Your life changed when they're kicking a dope. Ain't nothing been the same and your faith is low, but you don't pay to the game, give a fatal blow. Chain as strong as the weakest link. One leak in the whole boat sink. That's why you gotta keep it in on like Mr. Pink. Or the reservoir swallow you up in one drink. Now I didn't write the rules, but the game ain't changed since I was hacking my schools. I done made the same mistakes in pursuit of the truth. Tried to hold the fam together like a Michael Bluth. Instead I'm Joe, $90,000 suit in the courtroom telling judges how they don't recruit the proper talent to compute. We just punish and dilute all the spirit in our youth to compete global. Tell our kids that whistleblowing isn't noble unless you're snitching on the hacker propaganda gobles. Give him life just for hacking into mobiles and raise incarceration totals. Shit. It's another worldly fuck. Your life changed when they're kicking and dope. Ain't nothing been the same and your faith is low, but you don't pay to the game, give a fatal blow. Just another worldly fuck. Your life changed when they're kicking and dope. Ain't nothing been the same and your faith is low, but you don't pay to the game, give a fatal blow.
He's known as the electronic Robin Hood. He's a 28-year-old man. He's currently in federal prison here in New York. His name is Jeremy Hammond. Now, if that name isn't familiar to people, it ought to be. In my view, this Jeremy Hammond is a very important whistleblower and should be a hero to many.
No longer will we allow them to control our lives and poison our planet with their greed and corruption. Manipulating us, pulling our strings behind the scenes as they built their criminal empire on the back of hard-working people like each of you. They seduced us with advertisements for a life we could never afford, poisoned our bodies with junk food, and distracted our minds with pointless entertainment, all the while happily lending us money to push us further into their debt.
Yeah. I can guarantee you that when I die, there ain't gonna be a clone. I'm the only real one when I'm in the zone. I know they wanna catch me when I'm all alone, and I'm cool with that. I'm used to having to hold my own. Yeah, the skills and the rhymes and the raps are built for combat. I'm here to take the children's minds back from the television and the villainous mind traps and the criminals and the military complex. Yeah, cause the TV got a mouth on it, so watch your kids when they get hit from the sound from it. And the internet when they're playing around on it. The technology is how they are surrounding us. Cybernetic tentacles, metal flesh, metallic tendrils, subliminal sexual messages sent through your mentals, experimental test tubes and genetic vessels. Yeah, they're looking down upon us from the minors. They want us traumatized from the drama. We not gon' stop, we ride like marauders. It's hard to find us, we camouflage in the collage of mirages. Robotic armored cars have come to bomb us. This goes beyond anonymous and as large as goddess. We've got piranhas in our waters. Yeah. Look at the corporate folk, they slide a bill under your nose without snorting coke. You think your shit won't sink because you float your votes? Well, bye-bye, motherfucker, row your boat. Yeah. Now when you listen, these psychopaths want us to bow when they sin. I'm loud when I'm spitting, my mouth is a weapon. So when I bust rounds, don't down when I'm ripping. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. Really rapping the Second Amendment. The weapons are kept for defense and protection. They send in these devils, these federal henchmen are getting aggressive. They just wanna stress us, so that when we flip out, they can come and get us. And they make us get down, so they put on pressure. And they wanna test and measure our threshold. They don't want us learn to chance it. This shit is too real, so fuck the circumstances. Motherfuckers wanna come and murk your families. Who give a damn till your blood is squirt on canvas? Don't trust the news for answers. Your loved ones getting crushed and hurt and damaged. A motherfucker still jump in front of cameras. Bust your guts, catch a mustard murder sandwich. Cause if you white, you a problem. And if you black, you a target. And if you rap, you a monster. And if you speaking the facts, motherfuckers come catch you, you a martyr. In this game of chess, see there's rules. Look at the board, see the chess pieces move. Before they figure out what chess piece they use, you gotta figure out what chess piece are you. So don't be fooled by the mind control from Zionists generated by these cartels. They don't wanna separate us, they just wanna manipulate us into separating ourselves. It's a dark spell, and it can't be unspoken, it must be broken. All this gun control and all these puppet shows, man, I ain't trusting no one, but a duck, here comes another explosion. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. Now this may be irrelevant to you, but even the most intelligent of Jews will address the elephant that's in the room. Cause how much can a pelican consume? See, a Jew isn't a Zionist, but a Zionist could be a Jew. You see, they like to fuse the ideas of the two to confuse you and the minds of the Jews, so they fight for these ghouls. You should know by now I'm talking about the Rothschilds, and they're using Israel as a Rottweiler. These killers are cold, man, like some crocodile blood. They don't really give a damn or a fuck about us. Look at the guys that strip, they popping clips, taking shots at kids, dropping bombs and shit on a populace with rocks and sticks. They locked in a grid, looking like a Nazi pit. From Al-Qaeda to ISIS, who you think's creating them, training them and paying them? You better check the nation that you stationed in, who sees making favors and see who donates to them. It's a big game, ain't it? Matter of fact, it's a big shame, ain't it? It's a situation they don't want to have to play with, even when a kid is getting decapitated. Peace to Syria, the Middle East, American bloodbath has reached hysteria. We've reached the barrier, we must act while the freedom of speech is still hearing us, and the media just keeps burying up facts. Over and over again, we've seen it before and we heard it's the same thing. That's why I say fuck this system, and let's murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. I order all those assembled to immediately disperse. You may be arrested and or subject to other police the use of riot control agents, which could cause risk of injury to those who remain.
All right, hey guys, welcome to Anonymous Bites Back, episode number 41. This is Edward, and we got pretty much the whole crew on tonight, the whole original crew. The rest of you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Oh, this is Tyler.
Hey, it's Jay.
This is Puck.
And Terrence.
Thank you, Terrence.
Preston is falling asleep.
I was making sure everybody got to go.
There you go. All right. Tonight's episode, as you know, as we've been please share as always. We have two special guests tonight. We have Barrett Brown coming on along with Jay, and they are both running a little bit late, so we are just going to kind of talk a little bit about the security state, the censorship that has been going on worldwide. If you aren't familiar, with the UK elections coming up, Facebook has hired 3,000 new admins to monitor and get rid of quote unquote fake news. Okay, and for anyone who follows any of the mainstream media, what they consider fake does not sit with their
Is anything that disputes their narrative.
Exactly. So that's what we're going to be discussing until we can get these guests on. Please stick around with us and hang in there. This is live radio, so things do happen, and things do occur. So that's all. That's to the panel and the security state.
Well, we got to look at who's doing it first. 3,000 people that Facebook hired, right? So we already know that Facebook works not just with the government, like it's pretty much been created, by the government. So I would already be extremely suspect on who they were hiring to monitor all of your posts. And from what, if I hear something and post it, I'm not saying that I would post something that was fake news, but if I did, is there now somebody that's going to take that off of my page? I don't get to say where the fuck I want.
Right, that's a good point, Terrence. Where does it free speech and fake news?
Yeah.
Well, even their verification sites they're using, what is it? One of them is Snopes, which is completely unreliable. And another thing, when you start, at first I heard the story that they were hiring the 3,000 admins to censor violent videos, but then the story started changing. So I've been monitoring this for a little while. But essentially, a lot of people in the social media circle have figured out that a lot of people get their news. They don't go to outside searches. There's a big population of people who get their news and media and what's going on in the world through Facebook, and they know this. And essentially, what they're trying to do is they're trying to sway elections. That's ultimately what there's a lot of money to be made in that.
Yeah, it's just those kind of rights when it comes to freedom of the press. That you can publish whatever you want. Once people know you're a liar, right? That's why Fox News and CNN and all the corporate. That's why they don't have any support, because they've been pegged as liars. So whether they're putting fake news or not, whether every article's fake news or every article's biased doesn't particularly matter, because we already know that you're a liar, and people will go to places where they know they're not being lied to. So, I'm when it comes to, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, those rights, when they start taking them away, they always take more and more and more and more. We're just going to look at we're just going to look through your phone to the bad people. We're just going to look through everybody's phone. Well, we're just listening to everybody's conversations. And then if we need it, we just need to have everyone's facial recognition on file at all times. Like, those rights erode so very quickly. You have to stomp them out at the very, very beginning.
Yeah. I'm trying to get this guest on.
Yeah, my personal opinion, I'm not happy.
Sorry, my mic was off. I was talking to myself. Always a good time. I like my answers. But I think not only do people go towards what they're looking for, but they go towards what they're looking for also, and that can create some issues, because if you only follow certain sites that agree with your agenda or your views, then you're still going to be biased rather than checking out a wide variety. You have a lot of people, saying, oh, RT is run by the Russians, so I'm not going to trust that. When, we had previous guests who are journalists clearly state, you have to look in between. You have to look at both sides of a story. So, my agenda may be the Daily Haze or Anti-Media or Free Thought or, Fifth Column. Props to Justin for everything he does. But at the same time, I always make sure I always go through my Yahoo feed. That's one of the first things I do, is go through Yahoo News, Google News, and just see what they're pushing. read the articles, and then also go back and look at the other agenda. And in the pre-call, Jay, and I'm not sure if you're still with us, you brought up a really good point. There's Bloomberg right now is passing around this anonymous announces World War III.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they've been saying that. There's a bunch of like anon videos that have been going on for a while about that, but
right. For some reason, it's taken off recently, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
But media has picked up on it. Zero Hedge, Bloomberg, New York Post, New York Times. They are all picking up on this. And yes, while no one speaks for Anonymous, you have to understand that who did this was specifically, RC. So, then you had Daily Hayes yesterday come out, and you even had HQ come out and ask people to question the narrative.
Well, I think it's just kind of their normal. Somebody posted something about being. I've seen the video. There's, I don't know why they all of a sudden take that one so seriously.
If you've also watched this unfold on Facebook, as we look more into this, it really seems to play out that the real people that hacked the banks that they're trying to blame on this anonymous operation was the NSA and the CIA. So this is really starting to look like a large track covering operation, and they're looking for somebody to take the fall and get blamed for it before they do.
That's really no surprise.
I mean, that's
how many steps when it comes to black money? How many steps away from the CIA are you ever?
3 tops.
Yeah, three.
Well, that's the kind of operation they can.
Was it Anon HQ or was it official who made the video?
Well, no, they didn't make the visual. Red Cult made the video, and HQ picked up on it. But if anybody is interested, HQ did last night put out a statement questioning the video. It's a decent article. Also, Daily Hayes did a very nice article on people's agendas and where Anonymous has come from, where Anonymous is going, and the evolution of it. So if you have not, checked out that article on Daily Hayes, it gives a very good point of, no one speaks for Anonymous. However, you have to understand that as with any, whether you call it a movement, a collective, an idea, a protest, there's always going to be people coming in with their own personal agendas, their own ideas. So you have to look at that. And I will refer to the creed here, going back to it, where it clearly states Anonymous does not profit.
Oh, like a non-official, right?
Correct, a non-official creed, obviously. And
all right. Oh no, I was talking shit. I was a joke.
So you have to really think about that. And even on the Daily Hayes article, for anybody who has read it, sorry, I was reading a message. Claire's still having an issue getting in, Tyler. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, she is, man.
Well, she's in the chat.
Roxy had that problem the other day. She could get to the same thing, get to see the chat, but couldn't get to the call link.
All right. Well, hopefully we can address that so we can get Claire on for a little bit. Anyhow, where I was going with that is, again, the common talk is, well, anyone can be anonymous. And yes, while that is true, anyone can be, but not everyone is. Okay.
Yep.
And I can't emphasize that enough with what's going on in the world today. Number one, there is no hate. Okay. And like I said, in the Daily Hayes article, a person commented, like, how do we know this is a real Anonymous? All right. There is no real Anonymous. Okay. You follow your heart, you follow your gut. But what I would say, if someone is saying kill all Muslims, I would personally not call them anonymous. That is, me personally. Anytime you hear hate speech, censorship, that is not anonymous, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to agree. Just there are groups that you can join that are hate groups. Just the ideals that we're all kind of built on, those don't really jive with each other. Like if you're not for world peace, you're probably not part of the. It just doesn't make any sense, man.
No, it doesn't, Chairs, and that's actually a really good point. And then people will also come back with, well, you know, Anonymous wasn't all used to be lovey-dovey, okay? And they're
yeah, but not being lovey. Don't take. I don't know how many times I have to say this to people. I am definitely nonviolent. I am not a pacifist, and that is something that I think is at the heart of being anonymous.
We weren't violent. We were just jokers on 4chan, and we just took it as a joke, and then basically we evolved them. Some people can handle it. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely an evolution process, and there's room for everybody, and that's, again, what's not understood. There's room for lulz. There's room for tree-loving hippies, okay? And there's room for everyone in between that.
But there's really not any room for hate. You know what I mean? Not in that. Not if that's the narrative that they're making. There isn't. There just isn't. That's not part of the game.
It's all the levels that make up the collective owners. The trolls, the video editing, the hackers, protesting. It's all different levels, and they all make the collective. That's what I think, anyway.
It seems like it works pretty good, honestly. I mean, there might be differences, but in total, whatever it's morphed into is, you know, seems okay in general.
Do you agree with me, Pops? Do you agree with me, Pops?
I would agree, most certainly.
Cool.
But again, there's room for everybody, and it's again, no one, you can't define what anonymous is, and that's I don't want to say that's an issue because it's not an issue. It's part of the beauty of it. You can't. There is no definition. Again, referring back to the creed, it clearly states when anyone, you know, even if they are right, they are wrong if they speak for anonymous. We are a complete contradiction. You know, you want to even go back to the quote of, you know, don't mistake my kindness for weakness.
Yeah.
All right, because there's, you know, most of us have at least two personalities, at least online. You know, everybody knows my one personality, but a lot of people also know Puck, and Puck is the angry one. Puck is
me and myself and Jay.
Right, and I think all of us have that persona. It's a yin yang, and it really is which one you feed. I happen to feed George more than I feed Puck, but that's a personal choice of I'm no longer angry like I was. Puck is angry, and that's...
Yeah, man, he's got a cowboy hat on, doesn't he? He looks like the guy off, what's that horror film? I can't think of what it's called. Oh, well, Jeepers Creepers.
Well, it's Carl. It's Carl McCoy in oh man, it's the sci-fi film, desert film, and it's escaping right now. But anyhow, it's about the apocalypse. And and again, he's angry, and that's one reason Puck is the way Puck was. And Puck does stuff that, you know, when the namaste and the love and the hugs and the tree hugging doesn't work, he may play a little. Okay, but at the same time, you know, for me personally, I had a beautiful conversation with some brothers last night that I've known for many years. We've all been in here at the same time, you know, 10, 12 plus years, activists even longer. And it gets to a point where, for me personally, doing certain things hurts my soul, hurts my spirits. You know, when you break into someone's emails, we'll use that as an example, and you start seeing the true part of humanity when they think they're hidden, that eats at you. And, you know, you have an issue sleeping, you have trouble doing stuff, and then you actually feel guilty because you see a husband cheating, having a mistress, and, you know about it, but no one else knows about it. What should you do? Or you want to expose it. And for me, what Anonymous has more become is what we should be focusing on is leaks. Not leaking personal for revenge, but leaking to get the truth out. And for me, that is my biggest focus anymore, is simply getting leaks out there. And
well, I mean, even on stuff that we've done, like we've definitely evolved in tactics and how we go about it. The world isn't the same one as it was in the.
Speak up a little bit, Terrence.
We've definitely changed tactics 6 times gone on, and I mean, just the world, the technology is different from the 90s to 2000 to now, what's effective has changed and how we use it has changed. The leaks have changed everything on top of the internet and being able to spread information the way it is. Sometimes they just can't hide things anymore. So I'm going to agree with you 100%, especially if we have like that CIA agent that's listening right now, CIA, NSA, whoever you guys are that are listening. Come on, dude, you can totally do this. Just leave it somewhere. We'll pick it up, right? Nobody will know. Nobody will know.
We'll get it to the right hands, and that's something.
Yeah. We'll make sure it's not you. We'll make somebody up, right? Just you can do it. You can do it.
You won't.
Make it
Don't
yeah.
worry, we won't let Hillary come get you. We won't let you become another rich, and other parts of our kill list. And you're right. We are evolving, and again, to me, Anonymous is not about revenge. It's not about personal agendas, personal vendettas. And again, the argument can be made, and it has been made, at least to me personally, that if you want world peace, that's a personal agenda. And
what?
Well, you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe that is a personal agenda. So I want world peace. I'm okay with that. I sleep comfortably at night.
Well, if wanting world peace is an agenda, then it's an agenda that we collectively have and we're all working towards. So that argument is irrelevant anyway. I'm pretty sure there's not an anon out there that's not working towards world peace.
Exactly.
No, they've kind of they've like they do with a lot of language, right? They've used that word. You can't say agenda. You can't have a good agenda. They've never even seen a good agenda before.
All right, let's change narrative real quick. Claire, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. I am Claire Burnish. I am a journalist with the freethoughtproject.com, and I have a new website coming out that's going to probably be a little bit more raw than what I write for other people, and that is claireburnish.com. So, hello, everybody.
Hey.
All right, welcome,
Hey, Claire.
Claire. Claire, since I know we only have you for about 45 minutes. We had a little trouble getting you in, if that, because I know you have to. I know you have to go. Do you want to talk about a little bit about? I know you and I have talked behind the scenes about the whole Bloomberg article and what.
Oh yes, the Bloomberg.
How you see it? Because I know you read Miko's article that he put out. Do you want to talk about a little bit about like the Bloomberg and some of that press?
Yes, I can talk a little bit about that. I've been so incredibly busy. I've been spread thin, to be honest. So I will say this, mainly, there has been a very oppressive campaign of propaganda by the mainstream media, and it goes almost in lockstep with the passage of the 2017 Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, which had with it essentially setting up the U.S. Ministry of Propaganda, the Ministry of Truth. The CIA has been granted basically permission to insert propaganda into everything that we see in the news and everything else. So, and we've seen that very handily in things like Bloomberg, where they're trying to smear they're trying to smear Anonymous, they're trying to, Washington Post and New York Times have tried to smear alternative media. All of this, to me, it's different fingers of the same hand in terms of trying to make activist groups and dissenting organizations look as bad as possible. And part of that is because we're coming into a period of obviously totalitarianism and increased authoritarianism, and we have to be wary that our rights are being eroded at a very quickening rate. And to me, this is all of that. It's really bad when they take the most effective groups who are doing the best work to try to thwart the system and just make them all look bad. I guess that's where I would start.
So, what about the propaganda about World War III and I? Are we really as close?
We are in World War III, man.
Most definitely, but they are ramping up the propaganda because as we continue to escalate this situation, this goes right back to what Claire was saying. All these people are, they're very upset about it. They're taking to the streets, and we saw almost immediately with the anti-war protest where they began arresting peaceful protesters in very violent manners. And then the mainstream media immediately jumps on and begins to demonize these protesters as as violent and just all kind of stuff.
And vile. And again, we've discussed this in the past, and we can use Occupy Wall Street as an example. We can use Standing Rock as an example for the closest, at least in time period, where the media focused on trash, quote unquote, left behind, rather than the message. And that's the kind of narrative that they're pushing, trying to undermine what they actually did by starting a worldwide movement. Same with Occupy Wall Street, where instead of focusing on the message, they focused on, they caught somebody urinating on City Hall. And so all of a sudden, everybody's a dirty, vile hippie. There was an overdose. And, rather than address the drug issue of Big Pharma, they instead chose the narrative of dirty drug addicts, wanting free everything, therefore a socialist, country.
The thing with Occupy, too, that's a really important point you brought up. Occupy Wall Street only ended up, I would say, quote unquote, failing, because that's not ultimately true, but failing because the FBI infiltrated so heavily into that movement. There is some evidence, anecdotal evidence, that happened with Standing Rock as well. And then you also have the propaganda on top of it. With Standing Rock, they were saying that there was, tons of trash left behind, where in reality, if you talk to anybody who was left on the ground at Standing Rock in the end, they were taking a huge effort to make sure that the trash was cleaned up. They were all coordinated. They had shifts, and the media did not cover it like that.
Well, not only that, they're focusing on just the trash that may have been left behind as they forcefully removed people from camp. There's obviously not every piece of trash is going to be in the dumpster at all times, but things you could see watching the videos, things were kept neat there. It wasn't a dump until the police moved in and made it one. And even still there in the end, they completely cleared the land of anything. So all the trash was gone, everything was gone.
Right, and again, we'll go back.
Covered in the mainstream media, that pipeline is leaking as we speak.
Yes, and we will address that later.
Just like we said.
Claire wrote Claire, actually, you know what? We have Claire on, and Claire wrote the article. Claire, run with that.
Okay, so the Dakota Access Pipeline is already leaking. It was supposedly not much. They were saying that it's 84 gallons, but almost every time they tell us about a leak or a spill on a pipeline, it's an extreme underestimate.
Like 10 times that or 100 times that.
Yeah, exactly.
And just add some zeros behind whatever they say, right?
Yeah. Not only,
it's nothing big.
There's a couple things, though, because the pipeline is not supposed to be fully operational until Sunday, and that's their target date to have it fully operational.
They're already running oil through the pipeline.
I think they must have been testing it or something. I was actually wondering about that too, and I looked around for more information. I couldn't figure out exactly what, but I have the feeling they're probably testing the equipment to see what happens.
We were under the impression that there was already oil flowing before the raid. We were never able to get a geologist out there with the right equipment to test to see if there was oil flowing underneath it, but
that too.
It was.
And the other thing is that you were talking about North Dakota has this horrendous record of pipeline safety anyway. They have had, I believe in 1 year, it was over 700 spills, 745 spills and leaks in a year. And that's only a period of 12 months. That averages out to a spill less than every 12 hours. So that's 2 spills a day for an entire year in that state. And the company that put together Dakota Access, Energy Transfer Partners, part of their claim and part of these pipeline companies' claims is that a pipeline is a safer route of transport for oil and fossil fuels than would be rail or truck. And that is not true. It's actually not true. Although a rail or a truck spill will be contained and you know the total amount that's going to happen, and it might be more likely to happen to some degree, the fact is that the alert systems that the pipeline companies put on these lines do not function a great majority of the time. They have malfunctions. Like one of the biggest spills in North Dakota history, which actually turned out to be nearly 1 million gallons, the pipeline alert system telling them that it was leaking had not functioned at all. It took a farmer walking into his field and finding this big mess. Then they said it was so many hundreds of thousands of gallons, and it turned out to be almost 1 million gallons of oil. And the same thing happened like a year ago too. This keeps happening over and over and over again. It is purely the propaganda of the pipeline companies that pipelines are safer. It's not true.
Right. Now,
There's none of them, like,
No
there
such
isn't a
thing as a
pipeline
safe.
system
Yeah.
ever built that doesn't leak. Every single one of them leaks. Imagine if you got onto a plane and it was guaranteed to crash every time you drive, right? And that's pretty much right. I might get into a car accident on my way back, but if I get into that plane, 100% I'm going to die, right? And you
Right.
wouldn't do it.
Well,
But with pipelines,
you're transporting, oil, thousands of miles of unwatched, God knows whatever, nature does to these pipelines. It's gonna
under
leak. Something's gonna
extreme
happen.
pressure.
Right, but now here's
Weather.
something I wanted.
Extreme
Claire brought up
pressures.
a really interesting point, and because I have a feeling there's probably listeners out there saying, "Oh, there's no way they had 700 in a year. We would have heard about it." And Claire, do you want to discuss about the government regulations on what they have to quote report and not report?
Yeah, the whole thing about reported spills is really interesting. We're talking about 745 reported spills. Now, some of those might have been a few gallons, not much at all. But the bigger ones are so much bigger than that, it's almost impossible to quantify. Not only that, there are reporting standards for a pipeline leak or spill. The equipment, first of all, is supposed to function, and it does not too much of the time. So even then, as long as really the public doesn't notice, and the EPA or whoever now doesn't notice, then the companies can get away with not reporting a lot of these spills. So for the figure to say 745 in a year, even though probably most of those are rather small, when you actually kind of quantify that and consider all of the unreported spills, both the minor ones and some major ones, then we're talking about a huge quantity of oil that's putting people in the environment and animals in danger. And it's ridiculous and it's absurd. And the problem with some of this new construction too is that it's redundant. One of the reasons Dakota Access wasn't going to be constructed and they had a hard time getting it approved is because the industry itself was not behind the pipeline because they said, we don't need this. And that's been more and more true too.
All right, Claire, I'm going to cut you off and we'll go back to that. Jay, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Jay.
What do you do?
Hey, Jay. I'm Jay, too.
Nice to meet you, Jay. What do I do?
This should be fun.
Yeah, what do I do? Well, occasionally I call into radio shows. When I'm not doing that, I'm a part-time lawyer, full-time nuisance.
All right. Now, so where's Barrett tonight?
Barrett had an issue crop up, a personal issue. So he can't, not only couldn't he do it today, he couldn't really speak. So.
Oh, God.
Yep.
All right. Well,
you can't ever plan for the unexpected.
Yeah. No, you certainly can't. You can't. It does happen, especially in live radio and especially in setting this types of situations up. So we do know that Barrett has been released since his 3 or 4 day incarceration, unlawful incarceration. Can you talk a little bit about how, number one, he got out, number two, what he's been doing since he has been released for the second time?
For the second time, sure. Okay, well, let's start with the first question. So how did he get out? D Magazine, for who he writes, I don't know if you know, Barrett covers the Dallas City Council for D Magazine, which is, by the way, hilarious. He's reporting on local events in Dallas. So they got him a lawyer, a big New York City firm, who essentially either drew up a writ of habeas corpus or threatened to file a writ of habeas corpus that Monday, and the BOP promptly released him being Barrett.
Okay, and so what has he been up to the last few days besides enjoying his freedom and I'm sure laughing at the system?
Well, I don't know how much he laughs at the system anymore. It's a joke of a system, but at the same time, not terribly funny. But he's been, here's the crazy thing. He's doing exactly what he was doing before. No more, no less, no different. It's just that all of a sudden they wanted to mess with his life. And like we know, when you're under the they do what they want to you. And in that case, they brought Barrett in on some ridiculousness. So Monday morning they sent the marshals to go get him. No, they didn't send the marshals to go get him. They sent someone from the halfway house to go get him in prison. So this was last Monday. They sent someone from the halfway house to go get him in prison, brought him back to the halfway house where I think he has to check in either every morning or every other morning or something like that. And then asked him the same questions, which they had asked him before, which was, are you going to sign this release? And he said, well, this is the wrong release. This is a release for, or this is a request form for someone who wants to come interview me. Like it's something that the press fills out to get permission to come interview Barrett, which PBS had done and had approved. And there was great holdups over the past 4 years with people wanting to come and interview Barrett, and they wouldn't get an answer for 8 months or whatever. I don't know if anyone saw Alex Winter's short film about Barrett being released, but it took my gosh, it took him so long just to be able to get in touch with Alex, let alone get it in there such that Alex could have the access to make that film. So essentially they had him fill out the wrong form. He pointed out again to them that was the wrong form, and he signed it. And then they wanted to make him sign a second form because after all, this is government and you always have to sign more than one form. And the form that they wanted him to sign, the second form, was a release that would allow the Bureau of Prisons to, like a limited waiver that would allow the Bureau of Prisons to talk about his case, which is fine and reasonable, and a good journalist would want to do that. However, herein lies the rub. He had done that 5 months ago. He had signed that paper when PBS first came around. So
now
there you have it, bureaucracy.
Did he ever end up doing the PBS interview? Can you speak about that at all or no?
Yeah, he did either he did the interview or they rescheduled it for some time real close. I can't recall, but yeah, no, I can certainly speak about it. And yeah, of course he's doing the interview because he wasn't prohibited from doing anything to begin with. They can't prohibit him from doing these interviews.
Now you said obviously he cannot be prohibited from doing these interviews. And I said that he most likely is laughing about the system. And anyone who's been in the system, I think laughter is part of the survival technique that we all need to have when you get caught up in it. Because if you don't laugh at it, it can drive you mad. Because of the bureaucracy of it, the intimidation factors of it, as Barrett wrote about in some of his articles from jail. If you've not had a chance to check them out, please do. And just basically the degradation and humiliation of certain individuals, if not all, in the prison population.
Yes, and by some talent that he has, he made it all sound, the absurdity of it all. He made it all funny and easy to digest. And I mean, if you haven't read that column, the first one was called the Barrett Review, the Barrett Brown Review of Arts and Letters in Jail. And that's when he was in the Seagullville facility. And when he went to federal prison, it became the Barrett Brown Review of Arts and Letters in Prison. The jail one was in D Magazine and the prison one was in The Intercept, both of which are his employers.
Now you brought up The Intercept. He's working, if I'm not mistaken, on 2 articles, one for D Magazine and one for The Intercept. Can you give us a little, since we hope to have Barrett Brown on again, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he'll do it. He just doesn't, things got thrown into chaos right now. So he'll do it.
Awesome.
Hopefully sometime soon.
Right, and like I said, so we're gonna make, we are gonna make this a 2-part special. Since I guess that is now occurring and that happened, but family emergencies do happen. We've all had them. Now, the articles that he's working on, are they? Do you want to discuss a little bit about specifically the Intercept article that he may be working on at the moment?
No, I really can't discuss it because I really don't know. I don't know if he's been speaking about it publicly, but I never asked Barrett what he's writing about because I like to wait and read it.
So you're a fan like the rest of us.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I truly enjoy his writing, and like I said, one of my favorite things to do is wait for one of his arts and letters and jail reviews to come on out. So no, I don't know. Are you aware of any of it? Has he spoken publicly about? I mean, I know he's going to write about. He came out in D Magazine in that column like the day after he was released, and said he was going to write more about his travels back through Seagoville, and he said that there was probably another review of Arts and Letters in Prison coming out, which would be in the Intercept, but what they'll be about, I have no idea.
All right. Well, okay. Thank you. Now, Jay, a little bit. The last time you and I had the pleasure of talking, your sign off was "fuck the system."
I don't. Well,
that sounds like a thing I would say.
I might have. I usually say "fight the power," but "fuck the system's" better.
Yeah.
All right. Now,
I think we can all agree on that.
And you're a lawyer, so that to a lot of us that came as a shock because you're very outspoken. Do you want to talk about some of what you do and the individuals that you even the liberties that you're out to protect for the people?
Sure. I mean, I take all different types of cases. I tend to concentrate on hackers and marijuana, not just medical marijuana. I know that we're seeing a trend toward legalization, but that's about half, 2/3 of my practice, something like that, and the rest of it is just regular old criminal defense, and the three are really interesting in how they kind of stand together. Now, the hackers, you have what I call it is the three-part ethos or the triangle of the hacker ethic, which I believe is this. First is information wants to be free, and government, large corporations shouldn't have secrets. In other words, as we all say, privacy for the individual, transparency for the state. Now that logically goes into the next thing, which is, well, the state's been spying on us and they've been caught doing it and it's illegal and no one gives a shit. So, what do you do there? Well, they're spying on us, we spy on them. It's a hack back, is essentially what it is. And it's not like a collection of data and all of that. It's exposing problems. It's exposing weaknesses in security. It's exposing corruption. It's exposing all sorts of things like that really should be known by the public. So that's part two.
Wow, he's good.
And and part three, as I see it, is these governments with their sophisticated hacking tools, and that they essentially have us surveilled 24/7 if they want to. I'm getting it really bad lately because I have that crackers with attitude case where they hack the heads of the CIA, Cyber Command, and Homeland Security. So I have terrible issues right now. So the third part of the ethos is, look, man, it's really good to stand up and punch a fucking bully in the nose. Yep. And that's what these hacks do.
That's my favorite thing to do.
So it's
so where do I send the retainer check?
Well said, Jay. Jay, that's why I love having you on.
Really,
thank you. To the point, and I'll tell you what, man, I'd love to have you represent me any day if it ever comes to that. But you brought the ethos of the hackers, and really, what I heard in that is something we were talking about before you came on, and that was the transparency. And we were discussing that, as a hacker, if you are going to be a hacker, rather than focus on revenge, focus on leaks and focus on transparency. What would you say about that?
Well, I would agree 100%. There's a huge difference in terms of how I can present a case after the fact. Look, you're going to do what you're going to do, and some people talk to me beforehand and some don't. Sometimes I can, talk people out of what I'm doing, and sometimes, they just want to make sure I'm around. So, if all hell breaks loose, or really when all hell breaks loose, I'm there. But, there's such a difference between, hacking for political motives and motives that would benefit all of us, and hacking for vengeance, which isn't, which may be deserved, but isn't, isn't the cause of the righteous. Even if vengeance is deserved, it isn't the cause of the righteous. And we want, the way I see it is that Anonymous and hacktivists in general, you don't have to identify with any group, but the way things are going the last, say since really going all the way back to Scientology, Anonymous and groups like that have held the moral high ground. Don't lose it through vengeance. Use your smarts. Do something clever with it.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
I'm wondering, I know that you have...
Well, introduce yourself, Claire.
I'm Claire Burnage. I'm a journalist, an independent journalist. And, I followed Barrett for a long time, and I'm actually familiar with what you've done and what you've worked for, too. So I have a question about, you were saying that you normally look out for, marijuana, cannabis rights, and with hackers. But, with Barrett being a journalist and such, what do you see about freedom of the press going on right now, and how that seems to be so much curtailed?
Well, first of all, you see so much of it. It's one of those things where they're taking rights away so quickly that it's something that everyone should be noticing, but they're not. This is a thing that goes all the way back to 9/11 and the Patriot Act, when rights just got stripped overnight, and no one, forget it, no one even noticed. It went to the sound of trumpets and cheers. So, we're seeing a lot of sort of curtailing on smaller levels, where people are getting away with it, and they're threatening, especially through the use of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. When someone seeks to bring something public, all of a sudden it's not, freedom of the press. It's not, the people's right to know. It's not any of that. It's some sort of crime because you've somehow ensconced yourself in some data. Even if the data is public, look at what Barrett went to prison for, sharing a link.
Yeah, exactly.
Sharing a link to very newsworthy information which link was shared, what did they say, by 200 different publications, I believe, over the next 24 hours, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I forget the exact facts, but that's a real problem in terms of journalists in general. Now, however, looking at the other part of that is that the coverage that we get as hacktivists, as people standing in opposite to government oppression, to the encroaching surveillance state, the coverage that we get seems to be by and large very positive, depending upon what the action is. But we get a lot of favorable press, which really bothers the government, because it makes underground type heroes. They thought they were going to lock Jeremy Hammond away and throw away the key and bury him under the prison and all of that. And no one forgets Hammond. He's thought of regularly. He's talked about regularly. Everybody still writes to him. They send him books. He's not having a great time in there, but he's going to come back, and no one's going to forget a single thing. and all they've done out of him is made a martyr, is made a leader. And, so there's that component to it. But, free speech has been under assault for a long time in this country. And there was sort of a fight back in it, like in the 60s when we had that really good Supreme Court, and they came out with a number of really good rulings about, about allowing speech. And a lot of them centered around Vietnam and the draft and things like that. There was a case that involved flyering in a supermarket parking lot. And you wouldn't think those things are so important, but they were. And it's kind of an interesting thing with free speech, because a lot of these cases do make it up, and speech issues are something that the courts are very interested in, because it's one of these rights that one of these inalienable rights that people are still defining through time. And we're seeing interesting rulings on them, surprising rulings in a lot of cases, but interesting. So I'm watching them come up through the courts, and I'm seeing some good and I'm seeing some bad, but at a street level, I'm seeing bad. And I know this is a long answer to a short question, but think about this. Think about free speech zones, right? You wanna go protest on the street and march through the street, and all of a sudden, streets are cordoned off, and there they are in their riot gear with their shields up and all of that, and batons out, and they're ready to beat some hippie for trying to march on a street that, and that's, I get that that's not necessarily freedom of the press, but it's First Amendment, it's freedom of assembly. And, these free speech zones that they seem to like, putting someone over in the corner where they can protest and hold a sign yet not impede any right of ways, all sorts of things like that are, causing problems. And,
which undermines the point of protesting to begin with.
Right.
But I think it's important when you said inalienable rights and them being, redefined. No, they were defined pretty well and pretty directly to begin with. It really is the government that keeps on trying. But what if you're protesting something? No, every time you're allowed to say what you want. But what if it's on the internet? No, every time you're allowed to say what you want. It's them that seems to always be redefining what we know to be the basic truth, which is pretty straightforward. Freedom of speech, freedom of the press.
Right.
Now, Miko Hayes did an article yesterday, Jay, and Claire. This can go to you as well. That he stated that that Group Anonymous was once known as basically folklore hellions, but it blossomed into a symbol of hope and resistance against corruption for the many around the world. What would your thoughts be on that?
Claire, you want to kick it off?
Well, I would say Anonymous kind of started, I think all of us really know Anonymous roots and such. And I think that the transformation has become complete recently, despite, years of infighting and all sorts of problems, as any group has. We're talking about an organization who has taken the reins in subverting the system and coming into its own, backing activists and people who end up taking the fall, like Barrett and, Jeremy Hammond and so many others. Every group has problems, but I think that the government sees these activist groups as the biggest threat because we are dissent. Like independent journalists, activists are dissent. And dissent right now is dangerous to the government. We are the biggest threat to the government because we're exposing all of its dirty lies that are hidden in the closet. And that's where the whole free speech thing and freedom of the press comes in, because the more truth we expose, the more they find ways to make sure that we can't tell the truth about anything. And they make us look bad. They make Anonymous look bad. They make the journalists look bad, because if we are saying things that are uncomfortable for them, then the easiest thing that they could do is shut us all up.
Yeah, agreed. Very much so. I'll if I could add to the question. I didn't see that article. I didn't read that article, but I did read one a couple days ago, about a Canadian kid who was doing like swattings and bomb threats in schools and stuff like that, and hiring himself out to do these things, a teenager or whatever. And his defense was that Anonymous had gotten into his computer and through a remote access Trojan was doing these things. And what the judge said was kind of fascinating. Of course, it's a Canadian judge and not American, but the sentiment was wonderful in that he said, I reject your defense entirely. Anonymous, while some might not agree with their methods, they stand for freedom, for peace, for positive activism. And people got hurt in your actions. There were, threats made to young women and things like that. And those are not part of the core values of Anonymous. So when you have regular judges sitting up who not only know Anonymous, but are saying things like that, it's a really fascinating time, because you have to ask what else is out there besides these groups that would seek to stand up and cause the dissent that needs to be, the conversation around dissent even that needs to be occurring in this country.
Right. And not in a free speech zone either. It needs to be happening everywhere and in the streets too.
Correct, and I would agree. Claire, thank you. I know you have to go. Thank you so much for those listening. Please check out Claire Espernach for she
nice talking to you.
Thought Project. Follow them. She puts up at least about an article a day, and she's if you get a chance to speak with her, she can really open your mind a lot. Now, Jay, have you followed the Marty case up in Massachusetts at all? The Marty G case?
Yes.
Do you want to give your thoughts on that? Because if I'm not mistaken, from what I know from talking with Dana, we've had Dana on in the show in the past.
Dana, his wife?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And we're trying to bring awareness to his case. And if I'm not mistaken, again, it's very similar to the Barrett Brown case in that they're accusing him of sharing a link, really, is all they have.
That's not my understanding of what the evidence is.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I can't really speak to that case for a number of reasons, to the facts of that case for a number of reasons. But as I do recall very publicly, he sent a letter that was published in like the Huffington Post or something.
Correct.
Gave a full and rather detailed confession.
That I'm not so sure about, but right now he's 15 months.
Yeah.
No parole, the standard.
No trial.
No trial,
nothing.
Right. And where I'm going with this is really trying to make, and we can use your Jeremy Hammonds, we can use the Lori Love, Aaron Schwartz, rest in power, brother, Barrett Brown cases, and Jeremy's brother also, who they're making the penalties are not fitting the crimes, at least in my opinion.
No, they're not. Not only are they not, but the law doesn't even fit the crimes. I like to refer to the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act as a horse and buggy law in a jet plane society. It was written it went into effect in 1986. You have to think about the internet in 1986. That was like, first of all, it's said that it was written as a response to the movie War Games. The author denies that, but whatever. It certainly seems well timed to have come from that. But 86 was back in the days where you would take your rotary phone and take the the hook off the phone and put it down on a modem and dial up a specific computer where you wanted to go. Dial up, the University of Stanford or NORAD or whatever it was, whoever had a network, and there weren't a ton of them. So you were going to a specific place with a specific intent. And if that intent was to cause harm to that computer, it's kind of more like a nighttime burglary where someone's breaking in and going through corporate files and things like that. It's a little more malicious than the following situation, which you have to take it up to 1991 when HTTP protocol was invented. the regular browser where we're popping on, and all of a sudden, it's a mall. The internet's a mall. You go anywhere and there's, you turn around, there's stores in every direction and different things here and rides and chocolate and whatever. It's a mall. This is not the nighttime burglary type situation that this law was created to deter. So what you have is, instead of like this bad like burglary, you have, if there's a transgression, it's more akin to a shoplift, something that maybe deserves a $250 fine. And just like the nighttime burglary scenario, they're both looking at 15 years. And the law is so overbroad. I mean, I was talking with someone, 2 days ago maybe, about it. And, we're talking about specific conduct, and we're looking through a couple of statutes, and it doesn't quite fit. And then I'm like, you know what? Let me just look at the CFAA for a second and see if I could find something that may fit. And sure enough, there was something that if the prosecutor wanted to, they can charge and maybe even get a conviction on. That's how broad the CFAA is.
Okay, now, and I think that kind of leads me into the next question. Thank you. In that you're seeing that the judicial system doesn't appear to be even really caught up with the technological age.
Right.
And that could be a lot of where it goes. Or is it they are trying to make examples to silent dissent, or a little bit of both?
Well, no, it's clearly, at least equal amounts of both, and by equal amounts of both, I'd say 100% of both. I mean, the law is used as a tool, not just to silence oppression, but there's another side of it, which is to defend corporation from those that would seek to harm them. So it's twofold of, kind of actions that we may find, abhorrent, in that if my computers got hacked, if my data got screwed with, which, like I said, it is, but, that's I can't prove it, but it seems to be government related. But, if someone hacks me and takes all my data, do you think the federal government's going to prosecute them for me? No, but they sure did, with Matthew Keys and the Tribune Company. They sure did with Jeremy Hammond and Stratford. They sure did with, my LulzSec client and Sony Pictures. It goes, look at PayPal 14, that was PayPal, and then Payback 13, that was Visa, MasterCard, and Amazon. Look at your victims. Look at who the government is avenging.
Right, and we talked about that briefly before with you, about the whole concept of accountability, where one law applies for, I'll say the common citizen, whereas it does not apply in the broad sense when it comes to government agencies. And anyone who is an activist most likely has been watched at one time or not in their lives. And it just, I don't know if you followed Occupy Wall Street.
Sure.
But, the intimidation tactics there, the infiltration there, they were very blunt there, following you, and made sure that you knew they were there, parking outside of houses, following children to school with their intimidation tactics. And there's no repercussions for the common citizen.
No, there really doesn't seem. See, that's another part of the First Amendment, is that we're supposed to have outlets for redress of grievances. And those outlets have been, have gotten so either ineffective or non-existent or few and far between that we really don't. I mean, it's terrible to see what happens when you're not heard. And what was Martin Luther King's quote about riots? He says, riots are the screams of the unheard, or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's I was just thinking about, the shows have been going on. It's 25 years since the LA riots, and, nothing has changed. Things haven't gotten better. You can argue over the past couple of years with the police, killing black motorists at will, that they've actually gotten worse. But, at least, Rodney King was only beaten. I mean, it's at least he wasn't shot for, sitting there in a car
for a cigarillo.
Yeah,
The Mike Brown case
for a Lucy. Mike Brown was a cigarillo. Yeah. So I mean, you can argue that it's gotten worse, but it's to me, that's how I look at it. Is at what point is this going to erupt into a riot? And I just don't know. I mean, people are mad out there. The country is more divided than it's ever been. And people, I think so many folks are so lost because of the government. They just want to scream, but they don't even know what they want to scream about at this point because there are just so many things, right? I mean,
it's true.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, where do you begin? So, I don't know.
And I think you see that a lot within a lot of the movements, protests, that everyone's angry and they're all angry at the same thing, the government, but they're not quite sure how to fix it.
Right. And it's, and like I just said, it's, not everybody's angry about the same thing. It's just, no one's able to have their voices heard. And therein lies the problem, is that, we've been silenced so many different ways and so effectively by politics as usual that we're just, democracy isn't working for us right now. And with that, I think I'll have to say, fight the power, folks, and put my kiddo to bed.
All right, Jay, thank you very much for coming on, as always. And we do look forward to having you on again and, give Barrett Brown our love and respect as always.
Will do. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming, Jay.
You got it. Bye-bye.
All right, we've lost a few tonight. Somehow we're dropping a lot of people here, and he brought up a really good point again of dissent, and people are angry right now.
Oh yeah.
And I would disagree with Jay. He's not here to rebuke this. That I think everyone can agree they're mad at the government. They're just not sure how to address it. And for those of us who are incredibly active, you'll see us going in a lot of different directions. A lot of, we lose focus on Flint because there seems to be one thing after another that is frankly pissing the people off.
True. And I always say, you weren't there when I was planning that one up. Always follow the money trail, and then you'll see the trickle down effect of where the core source of the problem is. It always starts with the money.
And you're correct on that. And I think that's again where people get lost is, where do they go? But how? Tyler, I'll throw this question to you since I know you're there. And Preston, you know what, Preston, you've been quiet today. Why don't we throw it at you? Oh, Preston, I always love hearing you talk. You're quiet with wisdom, brother. But Preston, how do you focus on what you're addressing as the 3%er and anonymous? How do you balance that? And, how do you focus?
Mainly just, staying up on the news, honestly, trying to parse through different feeds, continuously getting news that interests you. When you join a group or you go, down a certain path, it takes you to certain places. And, just like, say a patriot type issues are in one group, anonymous will be doing, a whole lot of things. Even Antifa or, these other resistance or anarchists, it would take you to a different path. So what you have to do is not to say to get feeds that just feed into your own beliefs, but you need to stay up on top of it. You have to follow the news and what's going on and laws that are passed.
Right.
I guess there's a number of ways, but
okay. And you brought up earlier, and it kind of brings us into the whole dissent thing and what you do. And Jay was discussing how, African Americans and, even Native Americans and minorities in general are being shot for as simple as, a CD as we saw with Mike Brown, a Cigarello, and there's only to name a two. A traffic stop out in the Dakotas for a Native American. But we're also seeing the same dissent or the same oppression of the 3%ers or patriots, whether it be biased jail terms, mistreatment in jail. So we're seeing that not just within the minority community, but also within what you would consider patriots.
Oh yeah, you are now for sure. Yeah, it's well, it goes back to any group, any dissent, any activism basically is the dissent that leads you into that area, where people are, even if you're peacefully assembling or it gets turned into a riot, an illegal assembly, and you're broken up and arrested. You see that same pattern over and over. So it doesn't seem to matter what angle people are coming from in their activism or from their issues that they're interested in. They run into that same problem of the same treatment in the end.
Right, but how are patriots causing dissent, though?
Well, lately, because of more armed, resistance, whether it's defensive or offensive.
But that's the Second Amendment.
Yeah, but it just gets you in more trouble with more charges, weapons charges, basically. That's how the government looks at it. You're not. It's an affront to their authority, and the armed aspect of it just makes it that much worse in their mind. I mean, obviously, it's so there's no way. This is what I call the intersection of your supposed rights with the concerns of government, and they don't equal, and that's the problem. You're told that you have this Constitution and these rights, and yet on the other hand, you go out there and you start trying to use those rights, exercise those rights, and you see what happens. And it happens in all these different ways. It's not just patriots or anons or other groups
or BLM or whoever.
Yeah, you're all in from the government standpoint, from a COG standpoint. You are the dissenting group. You need to be infiltrated. You need to have all these dirty tricks put on you, extra charges, RICO, organized. It's going to be organized crime. It's an organized protest. You can see where they're going with all this.
They're trying to take away all of our rights, right under our feet.
Yeah, this is the big push to right now, I think, to see, do we actually have rights, or are we going to find out that we don't, and what you really have is a black boot on your face? That's what's going on. It's an ongoing, struggle here, right near the end, in a way. And I don't know where that goes. Hopefully in a good place, but that's the two sides coming together. That's what's happening right now.
Well, it's likely if you don't stand up, there will be nothing
hopefully
left. They'll keep on taking more and more and more and more, so you got nothing left.
Yeah, and this goes back to the tendencies and the nature of people, and the tendency of government to become oppressive and authoritarian and abusive. It took 200 and whatever years to go from a republic to an arrested development republic that looks like what you have now.
Well, an oligarchy. I call it.
Yeah, it is an oligarchy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Now, are there? Again, we haven't really talked about the 3% too much, and like I said, I enjoy your knowledge. I enjoy listening to you speak, Preston. Is there anything specific you want to discuss tonight about the abuses of the 3% and the injustices that have been going on?
Yeah, well, right now there's a protest been going on a few weeks, I believe now. They're calling it Camp Liberty, and it's in front of the Southern Nevada Detention Center in Pahrump, Nevada. And why that started was for some solitary confinement and abusive, torture-related issues going recently here with Ammon Bundy. That's what's really triggered it. And where that went is from just a few people protesting that. Continuing with that, but going into these private prisons in general, because part of what these private prisons seem to be saying is, well, part of what the government says is we're not in charge, or we don't have anything to do with what goes on at the private prison. They're like under contract to provide these services, blah, blah, blah. So they seem to want to absolve themselves of accountability, hence responsibility. And, maybe that's why it's happening. They're getting too cheap.
Right. Well, to me, that sounds like they're using, let's say, the Constitution of no government interference, in this case, to their benefit.
Well,
limited government.
Yeah, the private company. Well, they've also done some dirty tricks. They've made a few false calls and had the sheriff out there on us and whatnot. But they did walk through the property in a march, what they call a Jericho march, kind of around the place. But nothing illegal about that either. But what they do is, yeah, they seek to have this, and it's just a made up layer of trying to absolve yourself of responsibility that, well, because we've got this private prison running itself, that we are no longer part of that loop. When they are, these people are just under contract. You're still a trustee or ward of the state and so forth. And I mean, that part didn't change. And even if you're under contract, well, you're still, you're paying them money. I mean, it all goes back somewhere. It should, but it's just how they think. They want to, on one side, you have this authority trip, endless authority and threats and so forth. But on the other side of it is, well, we're not responsible for anything. It's you can't have it both ways. Either you're in charge and you are responsible, or you're not. That's where you can't have it both ways.
Right, and I think we do see that a lot. And this is thank you for bringing Camp Liberty up. For me, this is the first time I'm actually hearing of Camp Liberty. And
this is where they're doing the demonstration with the cells, the mock cells that they're locking people in. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're handcuffing them. They've had a few guys make it 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, they handcuff them in the same manner, stuff them in a 3x3 box, which they have right outside the gate where everybody drives in and out of every day. So all the guards, everybody's seeing it, and it's turned out into a really good psyop on them. Showing them right in their face.
Have they actually said? Are you participating in this event?
No, I'm not. I know a couple of people that are out there. But
we try to get.
Yeah, so I was wondering, have the guards said anything or approached them or had anything to say about the people that are locking themselves in the box? Because it was probably about 3 years ago, and this was actually how I met Justin King. They were doing this protest with the whole waterboarding thing, so they were in front of a courthouse, and they were legitimately waterboarding people out there, in front of the courthouse, just waterboarding the shit out of each other, and they sent police out there and actually made them stop doing that because it was you could hurt somebody. This is dangerous. This is not an okay thing to be doing. And everybody was kind of just well, you're further making our point, but they legitimately shut it down.
I'd like to step in here if you guys don't mind. First of all, the whole thing that began with
do you want to introduce yourself? You just came on.
Yeah. Sorry. This is Loki. This is Loki. I'm just family. It started with.
You're more than you're not just Loki, man. You're more than Loki, but yeah.
It started with people whose rights were being abused. They were very into the Constitution, and I didn't realize how much the United States Constitution was actually respected from people fighting the fight in other countries. Really, it's as far as I've seen, it's the first like people's rights thing. So these guys, the Bundys, and a lot of those other people have been tortured and abused. We had David Fry on one of our first shows, and he was one of the last 4 to surrender over there, and he got the shit kicked out of him all the time. And then when he got found not guilty, the guards beat the shit out of him one last time. The prison industrial complex, it's private owned prisons and stuff like that. It's corporate. It's not state ran, so they can do whatever they want, and it's prison for profit, basically. Like, they spend as little as they can on the inmates, and our tax dollars go to pay for that.
Yeah, as someone that's been through the prison system, I can promise they spend as fucking little as possible.
To play the devil's advocate, I've been in for-profit and state-run. I cannot tell the difference. Same bad treatment, same horrible, and I would say, humanitarian rights, violated constantly. I mean,
Yeah.
I know you are property of the state. You don't have a Fourth Amendment right, but some of the abuses that go on, go beyond, are way above, what you were sentenced to. Like what happened, what's going on over there in Pahrump. Some guy was handcuffed to, wasn't it, Presley? He was handcuffed to a shower pole, right?
Yeah, like a 3x3 shower stall.
Yeah,
and
he fucked up. His shoulder is permanently fucked up, right?
yeah, it was like 13 hours. Maybe the cuffs were on 2 sides. Like he dislocated a wrist, 2 shoulders.
Preston, do you have what were the facts like leading up to that torture?
Something about a shirt being on a bunk. It's against the rules there to have your shirt laying on a bunk. Now, even though a lot of people do it, they picked on him for doing it, and then it escalated from there.
His brother Ryan still has a bullet in his arm from the feds, doesn't he? As far as I know.
That's from Lavoie shootout. Yeah, that's true.
And
but that's kind of an evidence thing. I think they want to keep that for evidence rather than having it pulled out now, and then it would be in their control.
But they tried to forcefully remove him for surgery from his cell so they could take it out for their own evidence.
Yeah, that was another instance. Yeah, that was early last year. All this started with him. They've been in and out of the solitary and in the hole for so many times. I mean, you lose count. So there seems to be they're fighters, number one. They're pushing back, but at the same time, there does seem to be like guards targeting them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
for their own sick agendas.
But it's the same common goal is what I'm trying to get to here is like 3% and Patriots and Anonymous, and really I'm trying to everybody except for the people that are in power. We all have the same common goals, but we're fighting each other over really stupid things.
Right. So, what would you say though to people? And I think all of us have seen this question when talking about being locked up. If you don't do anything illegal, you have nothing to worry about.
That's not true. Not in jail. Not in prison.
It's not true in real life.
Yeah.
It's not true in real life. Sometimes doing something illegal is the ethical way to do things. It's the best choice, but it's not, legal in your state or your country or.
Well, yeah, I got some evidence, of it. One time, was I on parole? I don't think I was, but I was known to be on parole, and I'm pretty sure the plate was registered, at one point or another. I had to register like everything that I had to the local police, and so I'm making, I'm going out to go get new guitar strings, and I make 4 left turns and I'm pulled over by a cop, and I asked the cop, why the fuck am I being pulled over? He goes, oh, for suspicious driving, and I'm like, is that even a law? He tells me to get out of the car. And full blown drug dog, everything there. I did absolutely nothing wrong. I was actually clean and sober.
Yeah, I can tell you from experience, even there, a lot of cops are pretty messed up, but there's some that are actually helpful and believe in helping people. You know, it all comes down to unity and what groups you belong to and being an awake, open-minded person.
You know, even someone like me who's constantly fuck the police, I can definitely attest to that. Sometimes after a series of bad police encounters, people do tend to forget that too, and sometimes it does take a good encounter with a police officer to remember that there's a couple of them out there that are pretty cool.
Saying it all that they're, you know, the majority of them I've experienced are close-minded robots, but there's some that have been really helpful, and I really appreciate that. You know.
Well, and I think you can say that about anybody in any group in any situation. And you know, I'll call out Anonymous, you know, with this one, and that, you know, yeah, there's negative seeds in Anonymous, okay? Just like there's, you know, there's negative. You know, there's negative seeds in the police. There's negative in prison guards, as we were talking about. But there's also, you know, I've been locked up in 6 different states, and I've had a variety of experiences. You know, I've had prison guards being like, "Oh, you haven't eaten in 36 hours. Here's a sandwich. Sorry about, you know, I feel bad for it, man." You know, and then you have the ones who are sitting there laughing at you. You know, and basically, you know, open up a hoagie right in front of you and say, "Enjoy watching me eat because you're my bitch now." You know, and the same with police officers. And, you know, Loki, you made a really good point with, you know, yeah, there's the open-mindedness, and there are everywhere in every profession. You know, lawyers get a bad rap, and then you have Jay, who is fuck the system, fight the powers, you know?
Yeah.
There's people everywhere that are anonymous. You know, there's people everywhere in any, you know, police officers, lawyers, people in government. But we all have the same idea. We all have the same views. And if we don't, we police each other. You know, we kind of put people in check if they're not following the creed and projecting.
Well, and you're 100% correct on that, Loki. You know, we have a water protector came out here from Colorado, staying with us. God bless her. I know she's not listening. She's sitting on the sofa watching TV with the wife. But what we were talking about in regards to that is the creed, as you said, you know, taking care of each other, policing each other, is very similar to the indigenous culture.
And that's really what we need to get back to. I see the Native American indigenous cultures, even though they warred against each other and stuff like that, I see that as one of the last Edens on Earth. You know, the primitive ways of doing things, the way that they had, was living in harmony with nature. And what we're doing, since we've westernized everything.
Right, yeah, I don't want to say primitive, but because I would actually think they were more evolved than we are.
They were in a lot of ways. They definitely were in a lot of ways.
Oh, I definitely agree. I mean, living in harmony with the land and with the earth is a lot more important and a lot more crucial to our survival as a species than it is to make a cool iPad and upgrade your processor every 3 weeks, and, you know, all this consumerism bullshit that we've gotten caught up in this, you know.
You mean the huge lines for when a new iPhone comes out, Ed?
Well, you know, oh my God! I mean, like
world, but they take your freedom and they take your rights, and you get 10 people showing up before anyone wakes up. I mean, that kind of consumerism.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the people that camp out, you know, for a fucking $10 off a fucking flat screen TV. Hey, you know, though, I saw a video at a Walmart somewhere. I don't know when this happened. It was pretty recently, I guess. where a crowd of people ran in and they just got a whole bunch of TVs. It wasn't Black Friday or nothing. They just did that.
I saw that. That was in a I saw that as well. It was awesome. It was an Asian country, and I think the tag on it was when they realized there's not enough security to stop them. And it was beautiful. It really was. And people are like, oh, that's looting, blah blah blah. You're hurting this person. You know what?
You're hurting the Walmart family, so you know.
You're hurting the wall.
I'm okay with that.
While we're on this subject, let's talk about actual street presence, like protests and organizations and stuff like that, done peacefully, but
why not? Hey, you got Camp Liberty, you got Camp Promise up in Flint right now. You have
I'm hoping to get up to Camp Promise pretty soon myself.
Agreed. Would love to get up there. Trying to find a ride. You don't come through my neck of the woods. Maybe you do, Ed. If you do drive up, let me know, because I think you might come through my neck of the woods.
All right.
And I would like to spend some time up there, because you're coming up south. I'm up north of you. So, anyhow, Loki, talk about it, man. Talk about the presence, the street presence, and getting people to really put their comfortabilities aside and don't fall into this, I'll use the World War II poem that came out. They came for the Jews and I wasn't a Jew, so I didn't speak up. They came for the communists. I wasn't a communist, so I didn't speak up. They came for homosexuals. I wasn't a homosexual, and I didn't speak up. And then they came for me, and there's no one left to speak for me.
Exactly. And even if it's just a couple people out there with a sign, trying to spread the word and open people's eyes.
That's how Syria started.
That's a lot. And I do understand the anxiety and stuff, of even trying to get a local protest going on, but also going to a protest. I get nervous. I'm sure this happens with a lot of people, and you have to step outside of your comfort zone and get out there on the streets and make a little bit of noise.
Ed and I were talking about that earlier, actually, before we hours ago when we were mic checking. But if you look at the liberation of India, or we call it the liberation, I guess, with Gandhi, that started with 76 people. That was it. That's how it started. 76 people. You look at the Syria, until foreign governments got involved, started with about 100 people, literally just protesting. That was it. And then the foreign governments got involved. And Loki, you make a very
at the same time, every one of those protests and movements was backed up by a more militant sector that was allowing for peaceful protests. Well, Syria ended up degrading into militant protests that was hijacked and infiltrated by the United States, which turned into the clusterfuck we're in now. But
right, well, you and I were. I was going to say, Ed, we were talking about you were down in D.C. protesting, and you're with a whole bunch of people, and it's pretty quiet, and the speakers kind of left, and you took charge up there, and you went up there and went out of your comfort zone and just started talking.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Even doing this show isn't something that I'm used to. I'm not speaking in front of a whole bunch of people. Like when I had to do the book reports in school, I fucking hated that shit. And I guess the show for me is probably a little easier because I've done a lot of gaming, and we would hop on Skype or Discord or Ventrilo or whatever the flavor of the day was, and it's 10 or so people on a voice server just kicking it back and forth. So this is a lot the same like that.
Right, and Tyler, your evolution, and I'm going to call you out on this, Tyler. Are you there still?
Yeah, I'm still here.
When the show first started, specifically Anonymous Spice Back, you were incredibly quiet.
Yeah. I have been this show, sorry.
In this show you have been quiet, but in the previous shows, you've definitely, and I praise you this behind the scenes, and I'll praise you in front of however many people are watching. You really seem to be finding your voice.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I do get a little bit of stage fright, but you just got to remind yourself, when you're when you're talking, that you just kind of just think that you're kicking back with your friends, and there's really nobody there.
Yeah, we're all family.
Yeah.
There you go, and that's very true. And I know a lot of people probably won't believe this, but my wife and Jess, the other water protector, will tell you, before the show, I pace a lot, and she's like, "Honey, you need to breathe, calm down," because I get pre-show jitters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, almost every time. It's like it, but once you're on, and you guys start talking, and we all start talking, it fades away.
And next thing you know, you have Tyler saying 10 minutes left.
Yeah, Tyler, I get pretty nervous too. I'm not even on a lot, but got a lot of respect for you, brother, for keeping this going.
Yeah.
Yeah, mad props to you, Tyler. And again, mad props for you finding your voice. Again, pre-show today, we were discussing how you and Preston were left on your own for the last hour the other night, and you guys kept it going.
Well, I can say I'm definitely in that same situation. I mean, I've noticed like before I started doing this show, I would be out like filming events, getting footage, and like if I was doing any kind of commentary, I'd come back and look at it and be like, "What? Do I even know what the hell I'm talking about? Like, have I done this before?" And then now, like, I look at stuff and it's like, well, that's definitely a lot more professional, and like, I seem to know what I'm doing, and like.
Well, I guess where I was going with this, sorry to cut you off, Loki. Where I was going with this was that if you are quiet, don't be afraid to use your voice. That's really where I'm going with it, and find your niche, find your voice. Do not be afraid of the fame, people calling you a fame fag because you happen to talk a little bit louder than others, or because
me mainly when I don't talk is because it's so late. It's because the time zone difference is so bad. I could wake my
but
folks
you
up.
use your voice, through media, and so that's completely different. And if you, like I said, if you want to talk about that a little bit, Jay, I've tried to encourage you, and I know others have tried to encourage you. You have a knack for making videos. And that's how you really speak. You write the scripts for the most part.
I make viral videos. I make videos go viral. Well, with
and then you
you
contact
guys
other
out.
people who have an act like myself, Amber, and a few others who will blast it because that's not your thing, but your thing is making videos. And again, going back, and Loki, I'll throw this back to you, is finding that voice. And Loki, how did you find your voice, man?
I've actually pretty much always been an activist. I wasn't online though for a really long time. I was kind of paranoid.
Really?
That's
I wonder why.
You paranoid?
And we actually do have another guest here. James is very quiet tonight.
Yes, very quiet.
Hey, James.
But James,
hey, how are y'all doing?
Good, James. You want to talk about, like I said, again, since we're talking about finding people finding their niche, finding their part, their role to play within activism. We've heard Preston's story before about him waking up a little bit later in life. He was a corporate slave, blah, blah, blah. So, James, you want to talk about what got you involved in activism, what helped you find your niche? And I'm sure we all are still always learning and finding our niche, but a little bit about that.
I found my niche back in the 70s. I got busted on a delivery charge that I had nothing to do with. Did 7 years on a 10, deferred adjudication. I was a doctor's son. And they were going to make an example out of me. We found out that as soon as I'd done most of my time, probably 2/3 of my time, they were going to violate my probation. Then I'd have done 10 years in the penitentiary. Back in the 70s, I guess about 10 years ago, we had an African-American man released from Texas Department of Corrections. He'd been serving a life sentence for one marijuana cigarette. An activist like ourselves just happened to be doing her PhD and found him lost in our system, and he's now released. He came down for Christmas back in the 70s. Did 27 years in prison for a marijuana cigarette. So anyway, I got involved in activism back in the 70s. I'm 58 now. And I've grown from there. As far as my voice, I'm a Texan. I mean,
You can't, no shit. You can't tell by that accent.
yeah, no shit. And we speak loudly down here. That's what we're all about. And we love to fight. Not physical, but that too, I guess. But you know, for the underdog, someone that doesn't have a voice. And we're a diverse community down in Texas. We've got people from all over the world that live down here. And people's rights we take very personal. Texas is the only state in the United States that isn't owned by the United States government. And we are the last stomping grounds for anything to do with freedom of any kind. If they take Texas, guns, what have you, that's it. It's over. And we have to stand up. We have no choice.
So would you consider yourself a constitutionalist, or just freedom for all? Talk a little bit about that, since you brought up, gun rights and.
Well, I believe everybody should have the right to, if you want to bear arms, that's your choice. I have weapons. I hunt occasionally if I need food. If I don't need food, I don't hunt. I'm not one of these people that goes out and gets a deer every year just to get a deer.
You don't kill for sport.
No, I don't kill for sport. And I eat everything that my family eats, everything that I kill. I haven't had a deer in 2 years for the simple reason that I've had family members that have gotten deer and filled my freezer for me. So there's no point in me taking a deer. Now, I guess y'all saw the news. A gentleman walked into a sports bar in Dallas, pulled a gun. He was shouting racial slurs towards some Hispanic or Latino people. He shot a Mexican man in the sports bar because we have concealed handgun laws in Texas. A guy pulled out his weapon and shot him. Now, if we didn't have our concealed handgun in Texas, this guy would have shot up the whole bar and killed a bunch of people. As it turned out, the Mexican man, Cesar Ramirez, I believe his name was, he was wounded. He's alive. And the assailant, he's been shot and taken down. It's kind of a touchy situation. I'm not too hip on alcohol and guns. That's not a good combination.
I would say the government's counter argument would be to take away the guns, because that problem could have been avoided in the first place. I see the other counter argument as well.
Okay, but you take away the guns.
Yep.
That's the same thing Hitler did.
Yep.
Okay, once the guns are gone, you're never going to get them back.
Well, I'm over in Idaho right now, and you don't even have to have a permit for a concealed weapon.
Right.
And everybody's really nice.
Oh, yeah. They're nice
really
here, too. I mean, okay, I can remember, you go up to Houston, or I don't know about, I hang around Houston a lot, or San Antonio, and you can walk down the street and you get mugged. Not anymore, because the muggers, they pretty much everybody's got a gun now. So you try to mug somebody, and little old lady take her purse, you're liable to get shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly it here. It's really nice. It is. I mean, there's almost no crime. Nobody's getting killed. It's not like there's a bunch of people running around with guns that are shooting each other.
Well, that's the way that the government likes to portray it, is that that if everybody had guns and everything, that there'd be a bunch of like wackos running around killing each other, like a war zone in the streets. But that's not exactly what happens.
No, that's not the case. Now, we still like gangs. We have gang on gang violence, and they shoot each other. I guess that's their business. But as far as gang on civilians.
Oh, somebody was talking about Illinois and Chicago. All right, so yeah, about the gun thing, and essentially, the city of Chicago has banned handguns, and you cannot buy guns within the city limit, and the only people that do have guns are the criminals.
That's exactly true.
And Chicago has they call it America's America's open shooting yard, whatever you want to call it, the murder capital.
Right. Detroit, murder capital of the world.
Actually, not anymore. New Orleans just passed Chicago a couple weeks ago. I just saw that shit, and man, I'm not surprised. It has been going down in New Orleans. I can attest to that firsthand. Like fucking.
I think I looked last year, and there was 4,000 documented shootings, and I don't know how many murders.
Shit.
Just Chicago is as bad as Iraq or Afghanistan. It's incredible.
Oh yeah, they call it Chirac.
Yeah,
Chirac.
Well, you brought up gun rights, and I go by the theory that if someone's going to hurt somebody, someone's going to kill somebody, they're going to find a way either way. We see this.
That is true.
I think even last week there was a gentleman who got punched in the head and ended up dying.
Very true.
So, what are you going to do? Cut off their hands?
Well, I mean, anything can happen like that. I've seen a video where these two young girls are fighting. I mean, they look like they're like 14 to 15. And I mean, they're just really kind of like pushing and slapping at each other. Nothing serious, a little hair pulling and shit. Mm-hmm. And then one of the girls steps back and like stumbles over the curb and just falls straight back and busts her head open. And I mean, you can see instantly just the lights go out and she is gone.
Oh.
And I mean, it's just even innocent fighting can go amiss. And, all it takes is that one wrong blow and it could be it.
Fatal.
And yeah, certainly banning the guns isn't going to stop anyone from hurting anyone. Where there is a will, there is a way. And at this point, banning the guns is definitely not going to take them out of the hands of the criminals. It's just,
it's not.
It just doesn't happen.
Actually, it's going to put more guns in the hands of the criminals, because when you're rounding up the guns, they're going to be seizing as many as they can because they know they got a new market.
You can go on Google right now, and from Google and the regular clear internet that everybody gets on every day, you can, in about 10 to 15 minutes, you can work your way down to the dark net.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that one.
And to a spot where you can buy firearms, and I promise they ain't background checking shit.
They mail it to you in pieces.
Well, and that brings us even to an interesting topic of the war on everything, the war on drugs, the war on terrorism. And how well
the war on we can't beat it, so let's war it because we can make money doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, yes.
And it's all just a war on us, the people.
It's a war on us and a war on the planet. These people are so greedy. All they care about is money and profit, that they're willing to destroy the planet that we live on so they can live nice and maybe their children can live nice.
Very true.
You sound like Darth Vader again.
Can't live nice without air, motherfuckers.
I know. Or water.
Or water.
They already fucked that one up. They already fucked both up.
That food supply will run out. Eventually, y'all are going to have to grow or farm something.
Or live on bugs or fungus.
Right.
We got seeds in the Antarctica, we got seed plants.
Well, yeah. Well, if you destroy the ecosystem, you really not much is going to grow besides insects and fungus.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Mushroom rice.
Mushroom rights.
Well, and that goes right back to that goes even into hey Terrence, welcome back, man. And that even goes into the whole fight for clean water and the relevance of how important that is. And I know we've discussed this a lot on this show, but again, and Terrence, you want to take the lead with this, is the importance of water in our lives.
This shouldn't be something you have to tell someone, especially at this point in time. But yes, Terrence, please, can you explain for the people in the back that can't seem to hear why water is important to our lives?
It turns out, and I'm not a scientist.
You're a scientist.
Yeah, so
a mad scientist.
it turns out beyond like air, water is really the next thing that you need to survive. And it
Correct.
turns out everybody needs it, whether you're rich or poor, or whether you live in a good neighborhood or in rural communities. It seems that everybody needs water.
Well, you can go 2
No,
weeks
they
without
see
food, but you can
80%.
only roughly go 3 to possibly pushing it maybe 4 or 5 days without water before you start dehydrating.
You'd be lucky to hit 5 days.
Yeah, you're pushing it. You're really pushing it at 5 days. And in Texas, you wouldn't have a prayer.
Where I am, I don't know if you guys have been seeing the post and such, but like there's a like massive pig farm in the town next to us that's pretty much wrecked all of the well water. We did some flyovers of it.
Oh yeah, that's another untold story in America, is the damage to the ecosystem and how they're disposing of the waste in America to these mega farms.
They're not even disposing of it. It's just like they just keep on making this lake of literally lake of pig shit bigger and bigger.
Have you seen the one farm where they were literally taking it wasn't they were doing something illegal, and it was a lot more than just spraying the shit as back onto the fields as fertilizer, but where they were getting it from was also infested with urine. So not only so not only was it were they spraying fertilizer back onto the thing, but they were also tanking with the urine. I don't think they were spraying it onto the crops exactly, but they were kind of spraying it. They're kind of spraying it in the opposite direction of the farm.
With methane production, and like there's plenty of ways that you can make it and turn it into really great fertilizer, but that will seriously cut into your profit margin. And when it's just sitting in a lake, they pretty much just keep pushing it on. And now we don't have to deal with like the EPA. You know what I mean? Like there's no repercussions. They get permission from the cities and all of that to just build this lake of pig excrement. And now they're completely shocked that it's somehow seeping into the water supply, or has seeped. It's already over. Like it already has.
Everybody's got Legionnaires' disease and people are puking everywhere, but it's fine, Like it's a little bit of feces in your water,
And it seems like you should figure this out. It probably is not good for the ecosystem to have a lake of pig shit. You really it shouldn't take.
You think common sense would.
It should really take an enlightened individual to realize that is a really bad idea.
Real bad idea. You do know that Nestle, the CEO of Nestle, wants to
privatize water.
Privatize water, yeah. Once water's privatized, that's it. Game over. Once they control the water, they control us.
I guarantee you, if they do that in Switzerland, you will see the same activists that did the thing in Monsanto's, the French activists did. You will see something go up in flames.
But the deal is, at the same time, if you think that these industries aren't working together and that they don't want your local water supply, you know what I mean? They don't want you to be able to get water anywhere other than from them. And the only way that works is to destroy any other water system that you could possibly get water from.
Correct.
So it's not like it isn't planned. That's what they want. From our side, that's the worst thing to happen.
Exactly.
When Nestle sees, 1 million gallons of water of wetlands are destroyed, that puts a smile on their face. They're selling bottles of water then.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say there's a reason why you see all of a sudden they are more than happy. It almost seems like they're trying to pollute your environment, because that is the case. That's exactly what they want to do.
That's exactly what they're doing. And, when it comes like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, if you've read the latest statistics, the only thing that's keeping these soda jerks in business right now is their water sales, believe it or not. Sales of Coke products, Pepsi products, diet or not, have dropped down because, well, for instance, Coca-Cola. We use it in automotive to eat battery acid off battery terminals. I mean, if it's your leak battery acid, what do you think it's doing to you?
Yeah, we use it to get like rust and stuff off of bumpers and all of that shit.
Exactly.
Sure.
It works great. Yeah, for eating acid, yeah, it works great.
Also, uric acid is perfectly healthy.
Well, did the government say it was good for you?
Yeah,
the government says it's good for you. It's totally going to kill you.
They also think that fluoride for water purification is 100% legit.
Mm-hmm.
Because it
I
makes your
always
teeth
go
white.
under if they're saying it's good for you, it's probably bad for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I also use
that's
I also use the same counter argument, for fluorinated medications, because they fluorinate medications to increase the half-life of medication. They're common medications such as Prozac, and it's not the actual chemical that the base, the precursor to it. That's not. It's when they fluorinate the medication to make the half-life longer. Is when you start running into questionable health issues. Is the FDA approving medications that are fluorinated when they know full well that when you fluorinate a medication that there are health risks.
Well, and they see people as profit margins. So, out of 1 million people, if 1,000 of them get sick, they're willing to take that risk. That's okay to them. Make that medication without, for a little bit more expensive without whatever they're talking about, just making enough for that little bit. So you don't have to store it for years and years and years to make the extra. That's just how they see people and what your worth is if you get a bunch of health issues that don't actually kill you, their buddies in the pharmaceutical industries make heaps of money.
Yes, they do.
So a lot of the diseases that you see that are caused by these things, well, they're happy that it's going to cost you. You have to provide medication for your child's entire life, right? They're fine with that.
Yeah, they're
making it twice that way.
Yeah, there was a nasty medication that I was on for my condition. A lot of people are probably familiar with this. You guys have probably heard of it. It's pregabalin, and it's used for fibromyalgia patients. I am still suffering from the long-term side effects of using it and not knowing full well of what was going to happen or whatever. But essentially, what it does is it shuts off your P receptor, the receptor in the brain that enables pain or lets you feel pain. But it's doing a lot more than that. It's actually shutting down parts of the brain that help you think. And I'm still even having these side effects where I can't think straight. And it's not just the drugs, and periods of confusion, just all sorts of weird stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised, 20 years down the line, if Pfizer's got another fucking class action lawsuit, against the only backup medication, the only real backup medication for that condition. Sorry,
when I was a toddler, I was on phenobarbital, and that was pretty nasty stuff. That fucked me up a bit. Like I was smacking my head on things, and they took me off it within about a few months.
Even when you read the side effects that they're okay with, like sleeping medications that cause people to commit suicide, and you're like, that's not an acceptable. Like, what part of the FDA did you think that was an acceptable side effect?
The part that it balances.
I'm sleeping great now that I'm dead.
The number one side effect from using SSRIs or what you know as AKA antidepressants, and even for D2 reuptake inhibitors, antipsychotics. The most common side effects is what you call you will gain weight if you use the antipsychotics, but you're not as crazy. And you sleep all the time and you gain weight. Well, that's not exactly like a benefit, right? So then the antidepressants, the most common side effects are not including, but antidepressants are a lot worse though. You also have SSRI withdrawal syndrome, which is not talked about, which is just like you're detoxing from any drug because your brain is getting adjusted to a neurochemical that's very similar to the stuff you have in your brain. But you also suffer.
Have you ever had
the number one side effect is sexual dysfunction and
so much there's.
Yeah.
They've prescribed them so much for so long that the water in Lake Michigan has like a baseline antidepressant.
Oh, lithium? Oh, cool.
From the amount of yeah, that's awesome.
Actually,
I was allergic to lithium. It didn't.
Actually, that's actually how they first started out with lithium. Is that they used to get water from a spring that was infested with lithium, and they noticed that the water was making people not as depressed. But we found out that high doses of lithium in your body is toxic, and when you're on Escalate,
or doses of lithium, you're supposed to get your blood tested every couple of months to make sure it's at a safe level.
They do it with
Depakote too.
Almost with all of these drugs, like it turns out you really are not supposed to have anything other than what naturally comes in your body. Right, for anything that, whether you're smoking cigarettes, whether supposed to put anything but air and like good food in your body, anything else is a bad deal.
That's true.
Well, a lot of these psychological problems can be changed.
Except for marijuana.
Well,
right. Someone said it.
I said natural and good for you.
Oh, that's true. You did say that. Now you do know there is no genetic link anywhere on Earth to the marijuana plant. Do you know that?
I believe
scientists have no idea where marijuana came from. It did not mutate or whatever. They don't know where it came from.
The people in India said they were real clear. They said, Cuba gave it to us for being good to each other. She was real clear about it. It's written down. It's fine. We know exactly where it came from.
Well, I'll go with that.
Space Brothers, huh?
Hey, Space Brothers, why not?
Goddamn space people gave us good things.
Well, they looked at us from the other side of the galaxy, and they're like, you know what, these guys need some fucking weed.
Yeah.
Like everybody just calm down. They were looking back right at the Crusades, and they were like, Jesus, will somebody please give these people a joint?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, a lot of the medical conditions can be changed by a lot of things. Positive reinforcement and complete change of diet. Change of diet.
Well, even behavior modification, Tyler. Yep. And as an addict, I'm sure you're very familiar with that. In the program.
Well, and you're no longer
places and things.
Yes.
You're no longer allowed to pursue happiness, which was something that was on the mark of being a right. Right? You can't. The ability for you to be happy. You need to get a job. You need to get a house. You need to get a mortgage. You need to get all of those things, but not once in there does it specifically said in happiness.
Kind of lost you there.
Yeah, we lost you.
Yeah, man.
Well, most diseases relate back to vitamin deficiencies. There's the only way things change is if something's going wrong or if some body process is not doing what it's supposed to, and which almost always relates back to like a vitamin deficiency or some kind of nutrient.
Well, and they've been finding out that even vitamin replacement therapy is not enough. It's actually easier on your system to eat the raw plant, or to get it directly from the source, to get an extract or a vitamin, which common science would tell you things otherwise. But it's something like it's like I would call a symbiotic reaction that happens from getting the plant from the raw source.
Echinacea is a pretty good one for stuff like glandular fever, mono.
I want to do a little as I usually know every now and then I get these really random thoughts, and so I thought I'd do a little commercial break here, guys. For those listening and expecting to hear Barrett Brown, let's just reiterate what happened. This is now a two-part special. Barrett Brown did have a emergency that came up that he did have to deal with. We do expect him to be on later. If you are just joining us, his lawyer was on, explained it. You can listen to it once it's reposted, but you do have our deepest apologies. It was out of our control, and I think all of us know that situations occur that we can't control. So thank you to everyone for your understanding.
We will make it up to you.
Yeah, exactly. We'll make it up to you. That we're only in episode 41 here, so. As everybody is finding their voice, finding their, part in all of this, we have people contacting us that want to be on, and we are making strides, but it is a growing process. It's not something, you can look at all of your greats, whether it's Oprah, whether it's Howard Stern, thank you for having two names, Howard Stern. There is a growing.
Does he still have a show? Is he still doing something?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Oh yeah.
Is he?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He's still the king of radio, as far as I'm concerned. But if you look where he started way down, in
In the
DC
age of
with
social media, I don't know if that's a win.
yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is, bear with us here because we are growing, and we have people contacting us, and we're learning. We're all learning together on this
Yes, we
panel.
are.
Preston, really has grown. Tyler, as I already spoke, has grown. Terrence comes on as much as possible now, and we talk everybody's ear off. Ed,
It's my thing. It's my thing. It's what I do.
Yeah, we talk, and sometimes it's nothing.
Sometimes I'm quiet, but that's because the time
And then
zone.
Jay talks about where the hell the water go. So
Yeah.
So flat
for those
Earth.
of you who don't remember that episode, please check out Where Did the Water Go. That's just an
No, I don't think I was there for that one. I'll have to go find that.
It's flat.
Oh, I trolled the flat earther really hard.
It was insanity. It was complete
Oh no, there was
insanity.
one on their actual. There was one on one of their big pages, and it was I forget which it was. It was like
Oh,
Flat Earth Truth on their
they're
Facebook
all
page or
around the
something like
globe.
that. We've got followers all around the globe, and somebody got it back on there. Like, now say that again very slowly.
That's awesome. But yeah, so
I'm going with Donut Earth. If we get to pick one, I'm going with Donut Earth.
Oh, it's
I like
Hollow
that.
Earth. It's
yeah,
hollow.
but I guess that's what I want to say is I'm feeling.
Can it be hollow and flat and a donut at the same time? A flat hollow donut?
I think they have.
I want to know what's on the bottom. I want to know what's on the bottom, or do we just live
A
on the
fucking
top?
turtle. Have you not read the books? I mean, like, come on, man. It's a turtle down there.
If you can think it exists.
Where does the water go?
But going back on
Okay.
a serious note, just bear with us and thank you for your support, everyone. Like I said, I'm fielding questions in my inbox, which is rare that I respond. But just you have to understand what we're trying to do, and if we get if you're out there and you're sharing the program, just explain to them. Look, there's a family issue came up, and that's that. I'm not going to address it any further. And if you think you want to be on the show and you have something you want to talk about, speak up in the comments, message, the show and discuss what you want to talk about. And hopefully we'll get you on. And if you have anybody who wants to be on, have them message us. I mean, we've had everywhere from Steve Grant on to, Jay Liederman to Claire. And hopefully we have.
We also had the egg, Els.
We had Leanna Hemsworth on there a little bit ago, or Jose.
Yeah, we had Leanna on.
Leanna, yep.
From BBC.
Mhm.
So people are reaching out, and we're trying to make this a show for everybody. So anyhow, back to topics. Thank you for that long commercial.
Yeah, great commercial with that.
We need to get a paranormal investigator on here for me.
We did that. We did that. It was actually the show with the viewers. It wasn't too great, but the viewers who were watching were digging it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I sat out that one because I personally try and stay away from that kind of stuff. Only it's not that I don't believe in it. I just choose not to discuss it because I'm more worried about the survival of the planet, rather than.
Then what I was talking about that one effect. What was it called?
Mandela.
The Mandela effect. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a fun. That wasn't really like.
That was weird
Too
though.
bad though. Yeah, it was weird, and we can all think of like several things. I don't know. I'm for it. I think that when they turned on the Hadron Collider, right? I think that it seemed like everything was okay, and
Soon,
we went a couple of months, everything was like fine, and then
Jiffy
boom,
peanut butter. Jiffy peanut butter doesn't exist.
Hey Tyler, yeah, you want to actually tell
You're in a reality where Donald Trump is president.
Yeah, I'm
It
gonna
seems like
definitely
it doesn't
say
seem
that's Mandela
seem like
effect.
Something
There you
has
go.
went wrong.
Tyler, do you want to explain what the Mandela effect is for those who don't know it? Because it's very fascinating.
Oh God! They believe that it's tied into the CERN device, and that a proton accelerator had opened up what is known as a microscopic wormhole, and something along the lines of a microscopic particle was shot back into this, and God knows where it went. And some people think it went back in time and created what's known as the butterfly effect. But it's also tied into Nelson Mandela I dug into it and I really couldn't find the origins other than the person who created the web page. But if you look on the Nelson Mandela statue, there is the one in South Africa. It had a rabbit in the ear, and they weren't sure if it was related to the artist who did it, but it's a little bizarre. But then the Mandela effect is that things that we remember. Through the last several generations, if you ask them, they're not just a couple of people who remember things differently. It's more like thousands of people remembering things differently. Like when you were a kid, when we were a kid here in America, when we were a kid with America, that we used to eat Jiffy peanut butter. Turns out it's never been Jiffy; it's always been Jif. In The Wizard of Oz, a lot of people don't remember, like me, don't remember the Scarecrow having a gun. It has a gun. He has a gun, and also, with Queen, there's we are the champions, and then it goes of the world. It never ended like that. It always says we are the champions, and then ends.
Right. Another one that I like is The Silence of the Lambs, where he does not say hello, Clarice. He never says it, but everyone.
Well, what the fuck does he say?
I forget what he says, but it's not hello, Clarice. That's what's exactly, and there you go. Because
Luke, I am your father.
Well, I heard a psychologist, try and dissect this and saying that because a lot of it comes from childhood memories, and that we're trying to understand, or your brain's still developing, and you're kind of forgetting the pieces, but that's not exactly what's going on. They're a lot. Some of them are more dynamic. There's a movie by Johnny Depp that people remember seeing called The Rum Diaries. Rum Diaries never existed yet. People remember the whole fucking movie.
Yeah, we went through some weird time warp, guys. It's obvious. Come on, it's obvious.
Well, at least we made it out the other side.
We think we
did. Or is it all fucked up now?
In CERN,
It's just an
isn't
illusion.
there like a statue of Shiva, the goddess of reconstruction and destruction? Is that the name? Shiva? Is that her name?
Shiva, correct?
Yeah, Shiva, I believe.
Yeah,
Correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, the statue was actually in CERN's car park. How fucked up is it?
Well, they had that dance they
true.
did out. There was a video that leaked out of them doing some kind of dance around the statue. At CERN.
After you open a portal to another dimension, you're almost required to do a dance around sunset.
I would imagine so.
That's step two on the little checkboards the scientists have. Interdimensional porthole, check. Oh, we got to go out and do the dance.
When they turned it on in the summer, that night, it was massive thunderstorms, massive cumulonimbus clouds formed.
Earthquakes.
Weird shit. All started kicking off, man.
A lot of earthquakes, volcanoes going on.
The people in charge do some really crazy stuff. When they were working on the atom bomb, they figured out on paper like how big of an explosion you would need to ignite the atmosphere. And that wasn't enough. These assholes tried to go and do it. What would you do if you were fucking successful in that? Like, you think when it all the way lit up, they were like, wow, oh, wait a minute. Like, are they really that
Wait, this is going to destroy the universe or do something really, really bad.
Yeah, you just do it one time.
Yeah, it's a one-time deal.
They were looking for Gozer, gatekeeper.
Let's see if we can set the atmosphere on fire. Oh crap, we set the atmosphere on fire.
Yeah. How are you going to report on something when you're not around to, report on something?
Well, I imagine it'd take a minute. I think you'd have a long enough time to get your shit together before everyone on the planet was incinerated.
What the hell was that? Are you trying to find your cat again, Ed?
No, that was definitely not me. That crisis already happened. I had the call on mute. Thank God you guys didn't have to hear that.
But anyhow, I'm going to cut it short tonight. We do have a guest here, and for those of you who don't know, I speak very loudly. With the way my setup is, and I usually hide in the room that she's staying in, so I don't wake my wife. And I have nowhere else to hide, really. So
They've run you out of every room of the house, huh?
I have been run out of every room in the house because my voice.
You're gonna have to get some of those like egg cartons and like broadcast in the closet or something.
Well, that's actually funny. I was building a studio before I moved out of Kansas. I was building a studio for that purpose. I was, so that I could be as loud as I want because I've been told my voice is incredibly loud and carries. So I don't know how much. I don't know how long I'll be on here tonight.
Well, we should go to some protests together, my brother. That's we need those loud booming voices that carry. You can shout all the way across the enemy lines.
Yeah, I don't need a megaphone, man. Never. But yeah, definitely, dude. Like I said, if you head up, if you head to Flint, definitely. Good night, honey. Sweet dreams. I love you too. Aw.
Aww.
No, that's sweet. That is sweet.
That was so heartwarming.
Good night.
Good night.
But she came out here, like I said, she's traveling her way around, getting a message out for water protectors. She was beautiful enough to give me a sage cleansing last night. I asked her not to do the house because my grandparents hang out here and my mom hang out here, and I don't want to chase them off. So, it was really cool though, Terrence.
Damn, dude, that's cold.
But I'm pretty sure, Terrence, I'm sure you've had a sage cleaning before cleansing. And
yeah, like I mean, smudging in general, there is a real centering effect. Even if you're not a spiritual person or any of that, there just really is to take that moment and breathe the smoke and have it kind of cover you. Does have a very cleansing effect. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to talk about. Is after she gave it to me, and I was explaining to this to my wife in the morning, is I could feel my body shaking and the energy level, like the negative energy leaving my body. And it was just a really beautiful effect. That had the sage come out here from Standing Rock and get a little smudging. It was beautiful, man. So, if you haven't had it and, they have the right materials, I highly recommend it. It was a beautiful feeling.
And I can post some places where you can get some not just normal sweet grasses, but some really nice sweet glasses from the right places and the right people.
Right.
It's not,
you
can
have
get
to
them
be
from all
careful of
over,
that.
but there's certain places where you can tell the smell right away where it's from, which is kind of cool.
Now, sage kills bacteria in the air as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
when I've done
it actually also is good for
research-
properly ionizing the air. It's
when I've
it's a
done
good
research
indoor
and, like,
house
checked
plant.
people's homes.
Yeah. So
And-
we have
and-
we have our smudge stick here, and she brought out some rock, Standing Rock, some power crystals. So it's been pretty cool. I've got.
Are you guys familiar with the Hollywood Palo Santo?
No.
No, you
I'm
want to talk
not.
about that a little bit? Bring it up.
It's used a lot like sage, but it's primarily more of a South American thing. But we're seeing it emerge a lot in like the hippie culture here in America. I mean, you can buy sticks at festivals nowadays, and it's just like a stick of wood, and you light it on fire. But like, I mean, it'll change the whole atmosphere of a room almost instantly. It's there's something with it, man. I can't deny that. It's got some power to it of some sort. Like you just feel this overwhelming calming sensation.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Very
It really is amazing
peaceful.
what herbs can do, though, for the body. Not just spiritually, but physically, as Terrence was talking about a little bit, and Preston brought up killing the bacteria in the air, and how it's really underutilized. And going back to how the Native Americans and the hippies, they had it. A lot of them had it right, man.
Yep.
And we would
Well, and there's things that we've done like very little research. I know in England, and God, I forget the name of the plant right away, but it grows wild in the countryside, and it had been used for millennia to cure headaches, and it does work. But there's zero like research in it. If you can't get it from the store in a little bottle from Pfizer, you can't even look at it. And I'm sure there's plenty of plants that have great medicinal value that they never ever look into.
And then
like
and non-controversial ones too. We're not talking about the 176 known medicinal purposes of marijuana. We're talking about everyday, even dandelions. The nutrients in dandelions. I know where I went to school, we went on a hike for 2 months. That was our senior project. Was going through a hike and foraging off the land, and we had to make our own salads.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all healthy and nutrients. It's an absolutely beautiful way to live, and people should educate themselves on what the purposes are. You can go ahead, be anti-marijuana, but don't tell me you're anti-dandelions.
Anti-dandelion.
I'm gonna try to get a shot of it here. I've got like this book. This is, almost everything that this book talks about has medicinal uses as well as this other book I have here, and this is just pages upon pages of herbs that just have all kind of different uses.
Ed, for the people who can't see what you're showing us, what are you telling? What books you're talking about, brother?
It should have showed up on the live stream. I have one. It's called 21st Century Herbal, and another one is a Modern Herbal, which is actually a pretty old book. I believe it's been printed for at least half a century now.
Yeah,
if you went back in time, your grandparents and great-parents, this would seem completely obvious to them. They would know all of the things that we're completely shocked about. Especially when it comes to, like I said, herbal medicine, herbal remedies, what's used for what. And we've lost a lot of that. Not that the knowledge is lost, but like you can't even go to the stores and get it sometimes.
The convenience. I think a lot of it has to do with the convenience too. It's much easier to pick up a bottle of Tylenol or whatever rather than go to a holistic or all natural in what they used to call normal. And now that we have to put labels on it like organic and all natural, when
Well, yeah, the FDA wanted to take away that market. They've done it. They've tried to do it several times. The supplement market.
Yes.
And if you are interested in medicinal healing, I'm going to plug one of the pages that I assist on. Anon Medics has posted a medicinal herbal guide. I believe the Medical Council, Terrence, also from Standing Rock.
Yep.
The Healing Council, excuse me.
The Healing Council.
Yeah, the Healing Council has also discussed medicinal purposes of the natural herbs, and some of them grow or the weeds you're picking out of your sidewalks.
Yeah, which I think is really interesting because you'll go and people will pick, be picking something out of their it's trash, it's not green grass. Well, actually, the grass is absolutely worthless. Everything else in your yard has all sorts of fun uses.
Well, there's a. I was gonna go somewhere else with that.
Well, if you live in the Midwest, you can smoke ditchweed. So,
Well, I was gonna say a lot of grass that grows around you, especially canary reed grass, has minuscule amounts of dimethyltryptamine.
Isn't there a dandelion leaf that has that?
I'm not sure, but there's DMT is such a common chemical because it's very similar to the serotonin structure. It's just like one molecule off. It's in every ecosystem, and it's the most they like to call it the spirit molecule. And that's the most powerful psychedelic known to man, and it's the most common. You find it everywhere in nature, anywhere from acacia trees to grass to roots to every mammal has it in their brain.
All right, we lost Terrence again for everybody. If Terrence goes quiet. But yeah, what were we going to say, James?
I'm just listening. I'm here.
There's a lot of background noise going on tonight. Sounds like someone's cooking. But again, I'm not really sure where to go with that topic. But yeah, the medicinal purposes, get yourself involved with that and, try and get away from the big pharma. And that even goes with, as Tyler was saying, I know when I was younger, they put me on every medicine under the sun, whether it was trazodone, phenobarbital for my seizure disorder.
I was on phenobarbital as well as a kid.
Such a bad medication.
It really is.
It is. And
physically addictive, very physically addictive.
I was taken off it within about 4 months of being on it, and they took me off it.
Well, I've taken myself off of everything except my seizure medications, only because of the child custody battle I'm in. I can't even use CBD oil. So before anyone messaged me to take CBD oils for my seizure disorder, I'm not allowed. Being that I'm a recovering drug addict, if CBD oil is even in my system,
Which is absolutely ridiculous.
which is bullshit because it doesn't give you a euphoria.
It slows you down a little bit. It'll slow you down.
I mean, if you get some really strong stuff, I would say that there's a little bit of a head change there, but not enough for you to say that you're intoxicated in some way. It's like drinking coffee,
Well, being that I brought up CPS and my child custody battle and how I can't even have CBD oil and I have to take big pharma's medications or I have 16 seizures a day. Do you want to talk a little bit about the CPS? And I know it's passionate for you, Ed.
I could go on for days about that one. I mean, that's one thing they do like to target. For example, my brother's wife, when she was pregnant, she was having quite a lot of trouble keeping any kind of food down, even on like a liquid-based diet. And they were giving her very high doses of, I almost said fentanyl, not fentanyl. It's the nausea medicine, Phenergan. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just absolutely nothing would keep the food down, and it was getting to the point that she was getting like really weak and malnourished, and that what does that do? That jeopardizes the child. But if she would use marijuana, and I mean, like, she wasn't just getting outrageously stoned, she would just smoke a little bit of weed, a couple hits off a joint, and that's all it took to keep the food down. And when the baby's born nowadays, they do a whole array of drug testing on them, and if you come back with anything, marijuana included, even though there's no harmful results to an infant that can be proven by any modern medicine, they open a case and they'll have you jumping through hoops for years.
Yes.
To keep your child, and that's if you're lucky. A lot of people will instantly lose their child over stuff like that. So that's no surprise there, really. And a lot of the stuff that CPS does seems to be tied to the pharmaceutical industry. They have this big thing about pushing various pharmaceuticals on children. They like to label children ADHD or ADD in school and slap them with the Ritalin and Adderall. And this won't even be kids that have CPS cases. It'll be like kids a kid that's tapping their foot while they're sitting there in school because they're bored. Will be enough to just you can put your kid on Ritalin, or you're gonna lose your kid to CPS, who's gonna put your kid on Ritalin.
Right, and that's what I want to talk about, because when all this crap happened with me and CPS, is I am a recovering drug addict, but I basically hitchhiked from where I was out in Kansas to Colorado, out to where I had to be, catch a flight to Kauai, stayed there for a couple of years, and moved back to the East Coast recently. But when I was traveling, I didn't have health insurance any longer because I was on my ex-wife's insurance, and I was kicked off. And so I took the cannabis, and I hung out in cannabis-friendly states. So when I came back to get my kids, they went, there's like, oh, well, when's the last time you used? And I was honest with them. I said, because I had my medical card, and they held that against me. Even though
that's absolutely ridiculous.
Right. Even though it was opiates that I was addicted to, and alcohol and cocaine, they didn't care about that. I was punished for being an anti-vaxxer. I refused
for medicating yourself.
And for medicating
See,
myself.
that's probably what it was, is they found a way to go after you for not vaccinating your kids, because they do not like unvaccinated kids.
Oh, they call it
target
neglect. They called it
Yeah,
neglect.
definitely. They target a lot of parents like that. When we first started doing Op Exposed CPS, we had a case. I believe it was in Colorado. Yeah, Colorado, Denver, actually, where there was a parent who he was licensed. He was growing marijuana at 4 dispensaries as a business. And CPS used his job, his business that he had started, as grounds to take his child, saying that him being a marijuana grower, was a danger to the child.
Yeah. Now, the Operation CPS has kind of taken a sidestep recently, Ed. And for those who want to get involved with Operation Exposed CPS, what would you tell them to do? And
I would definitely say contact our main page, and I mean we're always looking for cases that we can document in either articles or videos, anything that we can use to that's the whole goal of the operation, is to expose different aspects of it. We get quite a lot of parents that are they'll just message the page and it's like, oh, help me get my kid back, and it's like, well, there's not a whole lot we can do
except bring exposure.
Yeah. So like what we really need is parents who have quite a lot of evidence. The more evidence, the better. Like well-documented cases, like, I mean, video, audio, all interactions with CPS officials, well-documented. And especially anyone that can get us recordings out of a courtroom. That's something that, I mean, like, I've been to courtrooms before. They will physically remove you for like even touching your phone. Like it's rather ridiculous.
So like a little recorder.
So
leave.
One thing we've got in the works on that is we've got I don't know if it's going to play out to be 1 or 2 different documentaries yet, but we're working on 2 documentaries, so we definitely need cases and parents and families we can talk to and interview. And we've got a big protest in DC. I'll have to look up the actual number dates, but it's in September. It's the Million Parents March. We've been planning this one since like February, working with quite a lot of different groups that frequent DC on the issues of CPS.
Guys, as a kid, my ADHD was kicked off by Skittles and like really sweet foods and that, and the colorings used to kick me off, make me go nuts.
Yeah. See, that's what I was about to say. It's not even the sugar. It's the colorings that they put in those things set chemical imbalances off in your brain like crazy.
Yeah.
And
I used to go nuts.
Yeah, I mean it will make a kid seem wild and crazy and uncontrollable.
Well, just the sugar's bad enough usually.
The largest problem I see is that it's not even kids have hyperactivity or paying attention problems. It's largely the schools that are saying this, and they'll come up, oh, your kid has this problem, we need to put him on medicine. And what the real problem is the school is not actually engaging the child in any kind of manner that the child can relate to. Well, kids learn completely different from each other.
Well, I had special teachers by the age of 12 years old, like because for autism and stuff. So,
but it's not
like I was on so many different meds. I was on Prozac for depression.
It's not the school's problem.
Gone.
Well, they're also eliminating physical education programs as well. When I'd go to school, we have an hour and a half every day that we were outside and in the yard or the playground as we called it, or the gym. We usually started with calisthenics of some sort, probably about 15 minutes of that, followed by kickball, some, team sport or whatever. We did something. Physical education's been taken out of the school system. If you let the children
Oh
out to
yeah,
play a little
if
bit,
children get
expel some of
recessed
this
at all
energy.
these days, it's like 15, 20 minutes in quite a lot of schools. I mean, even the half an hour recess, which typically comes at like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, of course these kids are like sitting in their seats, jumping all over the place, like just ready to go because
Exactly.
children are full of energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need,
That's true.
let them out, let them get rid of some of that energy. You'd be amazed. I bet their attention span is greatly increased.
Well, not only that, but the whole education process is just extremely dumbed down. Like, my child has completely already surpassed everything they're teaching her. I mean, she can sit down and read books that are like third grade level, and she's only in kindergarten. Well, she's in kindergarten, but they've been putting her in first grade for all the educational stuff.
Well, our education
And I mean,
system,
it's just kids are blowing through it. It's nothing to them.
it's just a failed business of indoctrination. I mean,
Well, yeah, I mean, in today's world, that kid's bad for the other kids because they feel it messes with their heads because no child left behind, right? We can't have a smart kid move ahead because that's not fair to the rest of them.
Right.
That's the kind of
But see, my
backwards thinking.
child has this advantage because I started at a very early age of, taking advantage of the very good stages of brain development to begin to teach your child things. And, by the time she's already going into preschool, she's got this, very solid foundation where she's far more advanced than the kids in preschool. At first, she wasn't even going to get into the preschool because they were like, she's too advanced. We need kids that actually need this. And then, like, as spaces opened up, they were like, you still wanna send her? But it's all about engaging the child, and since everyone is going to be different, you've got to figure out as an educator the best way to educate each child. I mean, maybe 30 kids in a classroom is a few too many to get to know a child's learning style on an individual level. And instead, they just repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat until you remember it. That doesn't teach you a whole lot. It just engraves repetition into your brain.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I just wanted to miss school all the time when I was a kid because the teachers just used to fucking do my head in.
Oh yeah, I would cut school and still have straight A's.
Yeah.
I left the public school system in the middle of 9th grade and actually restarted my 9th grade education and still finished on time and finished the last 3 years of my high school in 2 years. And I was only working like an hour and a half a day. And then like the rest of the day, freedom. God, I miss that. I wish I could go to work for an hour a day and do all right.
Yeah, it doesn't work out like that.
I know, right?
You'll work 60 and you won't be able to do anything. No, we lost somebody.
George.
About to lose me for a sec because this grinder's pretty noisy and I'm about to break up this herb.
Don't you like the tactile doing it yourself?
This shit's way too sticky and dense.
He's committing felonies on the air.
Oh, they'll get over it.
They'll get over
I
it.
know, right?
They can join
God,
us.
I'll be. All they would do would be to make me famous like Barrett Brown by kicking in my door while I'm on the air.
Yeah, they steal your stash. And then
As they've already
smoke
learned,
it.
that is a terrible thing to do. I don't think they'll ever kick anyone's door in on live stream again. That was
Oh, don't bet on that. Don't bet on that. They're not.
Well,
They're not that brilliant.
Well, they'll have the Facebook guys shut it off right as they punch your face. You know.
I could just see them there, like getting ready, and they're like, "Hey, this guy's actually doing a live broadcast. Should we rate him?" Well, no. Did you see what happened with Barrett Brown? Like, you do not want to fuck with that. This dude will own us by the end of the situation.
Yeah, speaking of Anons in prison, when does Jeremy get out?
I saw.
I think it's in the next few years.
I saw something about that recently. Let me. Because I did play the Free Hammond song on the intro too.
Hey, what's the Chelsea Manning or something going to get out here pretty quick?
That's coming up in a couple months, couple weeks, I do believe.
Yeah.
Oh, so they weren't going to incarcerate her for or her, him. He likes to be called her for 60 years, right? That was the original sentence, or was it a couple life sentence? Was that right?
It was over 100, I believe. It was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Is that one of Obama's what do you call them? Not waivers, but
pardons.
Pardons. There you go.
I think they were actually using some different term that was really weird for it that I'd never heard before.
And they made it up. They make shit up all the time.
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah, this one's called this guy has a lot of dirt on it, so we better let him go fucking free.
Oh, well, I mean, down here in my state, we had this governor, like, people were constantly asking him to pardon people for different stuff, and, like, he was adamant about this. I don't pardon anybody for anything. And then, like, I don't know, maybe like a month or two before the end of his term as governor, this dude went and pardoned just a ridiculous fucking amount of people. Just like, I mean, it was all over the news, and people were just
marks X in the box. He's like, yeah, dude, whatever. Fuck it.
I mean, yeah, it was just like, wow. Like, I mean, this dude was like pardoning people that were like
Really
clear-cut cases of like, yeah, this dude totally murdered like 5 people.
Watch he's doing some religious confession. He's like, I gotta do something really good in life.
Well,
He marks X in the box at everyone.
Well, it was a lot of inmates that had ended up like working in the governor's mansion, and like, so I guess it was kind of like a lot of return, like, hey, nice job on keeping my office clean while I was governor. Enjoy your freedom. I don't give a fuck what you did.
Pardon you.
Well, it usually involves large sums of money that go to either his future office endeavors or like the party. You know, if you write a $10,000 check to the party, your chances are pretty good that you're going to get that. You know, doesn't matter how bad you are.
Is that all?
You always
Is
have
that
to
all?
wait till the
Is that all it costs? $10,000?
Sometimes
For
cheaper.
what?
Yeah, if you look at these people that are pardoned and the money that kind of went with that, as with their application or along with it, you know,
It's
on
like
the
you slip
side.
$100 bill on the CR 180 form. You're like, yeah, Judge, can you, I don't want this case. I don't want this case to be, expunged. I kind of want to make it disappear and throw a little $100 under it.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Just press delete on the file on the case file.
Well, they ultimately do not have their system on that end together at all. I see stuff all the time of like, dude, I saw one situation where this local Subway got robbed twice. So like in the police report and everything that went to the trial on it, they had the dates of the robbery completely wrong, off by like 3 days on both of them. And ultimately, the guy got out of the charges because of they didn't even write the date that it happened down correctly. Like, I mean, come
How much
Wouldn't
money
you?
how much money are you gonna steal from Subway anyway? What the
I don't know. As someone that used to work in Subway, there would probably be anywhere between $200 and $300 on a register when it was closed out at night.
Yeah, that's not even. Oh my god.
Definitely not worth it, but
Yeah, no, it's right now people steal for less than that. $20 is enough.
I mean, I see them make paperwork errors all the time that just completely fuck everything up that they're doing, though. That was just, one example that came to mind. I could probably sit here and list off a dozen of them. But,
Well, now some of that is, to me, is in collusion with district attorneys and the legal system. These little accidents that happen in the reports and all that, that can all be directed inside. If you want to direct a case by accident, those are the sort of things you see. Whether it's going against you or if you got a bunch of cash, everything starts swinging the other way, starts working for you. You know how it goes.
Well, yeah, if you don't have a paid lawyer, you can't really fight it because your public defender isn't really going to help you anyway. You just want to go on to the next. Yeah, plead guilty. That's exactly what you should do.
That's
It's the best deal you're going to get.
Pretty much it.
Yeah, don't fight the system. Just fucking bend over and take it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
They go along with that because if you go to school to be a lawyer, you have to know you're there, especially if you're a defense lawyer, you're there to defend your client, right? I mean, what's all this bullshit? Like, I take $5,000 and then I give you a shitty effort and give you some crappy deal. That's not defending your client. Even if you're a public defender, that's what you're swearing to. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So how this system gets corrupted to this point where it's just like, oh yeah, well, a public defender. And,
Well, remember that case?
I mean, it's
you showed me?
ridiculous.
You remember that case you showed me about where the guy was? There's a lot of money involved in the case. I couldn't remember the details about who was being sued, but eventually it turned into a judge seizing the counter plaintiff all of his property over a vendetta with the judge, and it was a large sum of assets that were seized by the state.
Yeah, God, what was that? Yeah, that was just a few days ago.
We're talking millions of dollars of assets just completely taken away.
Yeah,
over
his
a vendetta
lawyer
with the judge.
Yeah, his lawyers that he had initially defending him, they had been paid off, but then they came back with these bogus claims of extra cash, which they in the end couldn't substantiate. But in the meantime, they had convinced this judge that he was this bad guy doing all this bad shit to us lawyers. And so, yeah, they essentially made him a slave, took all his shit,
Yeah,
websites, everything.
The judge said that he had the backing of the state and the military, even if he wanted it. And I was like, what? And these were direct quotes from the case.
What the fuck? The judge says he's going to bring the military? Dude, that's a judge that needs to be hung in the streets as an example of what happens when you take it too far.
Well, that's where you're at. More and more. That's what
it is fucking extreme. You're going to threaten me with the fucking army?
That's a little bit on the extreme end, that's for sure.
Jesus.
That was a direct quote from the case.
The SWAT team will do, sir. You don't have to bring the goddamn army into this.
They claim they have
SWAT team is even extreme.
The army.
They claim they have all these powers now, just like the police. You see what they're doing now. You see
remember
the legal doing the same thing.
Yeah, a lot of them are saying that you can't quote the Constitution in court, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's happened. Yeah, that's happened in Oregon and Nevada.
You can't quote the supreme document of law of the land in
that's right.
The
court of law. Correct.
I'm done, dude. I'm fucking done. System, don't even talk to me. You are irrelevant. You do not exist anymore.
Well, here's the thing, though. Okay, so it becomes, well, I use your precedents, right? If it's all about you in the court, then we'll use your precedents. But then when you bring up some precedent that favors your case, they don't like that either.
Oh no,
So
you
see,
can't use that. That
you
doesn't
know, so we're
apply to your
beyond,
case. That doesn't apply to your case at all.
it's all just a bunch of BS. So then it's not a game of really you having any rights because we're just going to change the rules whenever it's convenient. That's where you're at. And if it's a Hillary Clinton, well, we see, hear, and do nothing about you. But if you're one of the guys on the panel, well, we're going to throw the book at you because you suck. We don't like you. You're mouthy. You're all activists, dissent, enemies of the state.
Well, I mean, how tying that back into some of the main points we've been making throughout the night, both with CPS and the prison industrial complex. There is quite a few judges across America that have been like caught so hard that they have gone to jail over it, selling people into the prison and foster care systems.
Very true.
Yeah, it does happen.
There was a big one
judge
that
was
made
caught selling children into prison.
yeah to juvenile private prisons, and I believe that was in Texas, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
There was one down here. Yeah, that was about 10, 15 years ago.
Yes, it was. That's just this.
As far as I know, it's still going on. It was like a big stink. We talked about it, and then nothing really changed. We just kind of went on our way, and
right
moved
we
on.
whitewashed this is what it.
It's just unfortunately.
Like, I mean, you're selling kids into the prison system. A person doing that should never see the light of day. Like, they should have to know what it's like to live out the rest of their life in a prison cell.
I agree.
Like, that's probably some of the top tier sick shit that I've heard coming out of our country.
Well, it's that more than indoctrination. See, if you get them in early, well, now you got them all scared and whacked out. Now,
Right.
You
You
start
don't even
thinking, yeah, I mean, you've blown it. You know,
you skip the indoctrination, send them straight to prison. Fuck it. That's where we're trying to get them anyway.
Yeah, you would just accelerate it. You know, quit fucking around. We'll just throw them straight in there as a kid and get it over with, and move this program along a little bit more. And
yeah, and then they become institutionalized, and it's a revolving door. Yeah.
Yeah, they got you. They got you in their little fascist system. You know,
That's
private
right.
prisons.
So when you are out, you can't deal with society on society's terms or however. So you end up back in, and it's a revolving door. They make money, and you're just a slave.
Well, a lot of these prisons too. Now you see like a lot of prison labor and so forth. I mean, it's a great way to have a large population of essentially Chinese workers in the U.S. We just call them, there'd be prison labor. We're not going to call it slave labor because that doesn't sound good. But it's prison. Oh well, hey, they're working. That's all very noble and honorable.
Oh no, there's no way that you could ever think of it as anything other than slave labor if you've experienced it. I'll tell you that. Like, anyone who wants to say that prison labor is not slave labor, I challenge them to go spend 6 months in prison. You will get quite the rude awakening.
Yeah, so they're on one end, they don't pay you for the work that you do, but and then on the other side, they're
Some of them
charging you
do,
for
but
all
you're going to
these
get
phone
paid like
calls
15
and-
cents a day.
Yeah, but on the other side, you have $5
Spice
dollar a minute phone calls, and $5 startup fees, and everything else costs you 10 times what it does on the outside.
To take a shower
But
in a
your
place
pay,
devoid of all water.
that's 10
Only the
times
sense
less.
of time can be the judge of that.
But in the meantime, all the judges usually and the good old boys, made a good buck off you. Whatever it is you're making, or you're in a phone bank or some shit like that. I mean, they're making good money off you.
Oh yes.
And you can't really blame the guys. I mean, even if they don't want
Thanks to
to
Old Spice
participate, I mean, they get bored enough.
My
where
quest for
they'll
hydration
do
was
it
finally over.
just to do
Was
something.
it a mistake to
So
use my only water to
they
take a
got you,
shower
man.
in a place devoid of all water? Only the sense of time can be the judge of that.
What?
Well, we're all bought and paid for. Is basically what it all boils down to.
You're just a slave to the
well,
system. That's
well,
all.
I
Pretty
was
much
gonna
it.
say that. I was gonna say that everybody was quiet for a second.
yeah, I was replying to a couple messages on Facebook, but
I guess the slave.
yeah,
The slave.
I can attest that it's definitely. I mean, it's probably not far from how badly they treated slaves back when it was, overtly happening in America. I mean, like if you are not up and awake and at your job within the prison or whatever your job may be through the prison on time every day, I mean, you're gonna catch shit. They're gonna put you into solitary confinement for, a couple weeks. You're gonna get one sandwich a day. They're gonna damn near starve you. They're gonna lock you in the tiny, tiny rooms, and they're gonna punish you to the best of your ability. It's like, you better not be sick because it doesn't fucking matter. Like you've got to work. You better not be hurt because it doesn't fucking matter. They will make you fucking work, or they're going to punish you to the extreme.
Well, we got any comments and questions out of the
Hold on.
viewer log there?
Let's see.
Oh, that was weird.
Ugh.
Okay. Nope, I am too. No, you lose it. I'm seeing double comments. Great. Am I the only one hearing Old Spice commercials?
I don't know where that came from.
No,
The sound's been pretty good.
I think there was there was a bunch of people. What? There's like Old Spice commercials? What? What? Seriously?
We've been hacked again?
No, cross signal.
Cross signal.
What cross signal? What is this 1996 like party line?
Well, every once in a while, shit does goof up, where you hear like another caller.
Yeah, I've never heard that on like any kind of computer thing in our current era, like Skype or
I haven't
anything
either.
like that. That's
No.
crazy.
Well, no, okay, I gotta talk about it because apparently I'm not losing my mind. So we're all listening, and then out of nowhere, we start hearing this. It is weird because it was like it was like someone like I don't know what's going on with the stream, but I was not the only one who heard it unless they're all trying to make me think I'm not going crazy.
No, I heard it as well.
You heard it too, James? Yeah.
I heard it. Yes, I heard
They
it.
talk about these mountains and the water stream and being a man and gold. And
Oh no!
It was. I mean, it was freaky. So I don't
I'm
know.
on the horse.
I blame it on Jay because Jay still doesn't know where the water went. So.
Yeah, it's me. I'm hacking right now.
But yeah, there's no questions in the listeners, Preston. The listeners, somebody did bring up, I think SB4 in Texas.
Said it.
James, do you know anything about that?
No, I don't.
Well, there's been two gun bills. One was good and one was bad. It was like an HB 377, and then the shitty one was the SB4, if I'm remembering right. And yeah, you got to watch Texas government, man. They got a great way of packaging a really shitty bill and making it sound great. Like, oh, hey, look, all your gun
SB4
rights.
was the immigration enforcement law.
Is that what it's about?
That's what it says here.
Okay.
Let's see here. Texas SB4 immigration enforcement law. Five things you should know. The state of Texas has passed a law that has been described as a ban on sanctuary cities, but there is much more to the law that doesn't. Oh, geez.
Well, that's real recent. Yeah, they finally.
Yeah, you're doing great now.
It doesn't capture that term.
Yeah. The problem is all these laws are already on the books. What they've done here for a few months is grandstand about immigration and all this, how we're going to be tough on the immigration, blah blah blah. But so far, they haven't done anything to actually do that. Texas has more sanctuary, some of the biggest sanctuary cities there are. Has for decades, and now all of a sudden the Republicans and Governor Abbott, they're getting serious about it. I mean, we're gonna, it's a lot of grandstanding.
Yeah, I was going to say
honestly, the good old boys have had a cheap labor, which they like for
I was
a long time.
I was going to say these immigrants they're working.
Well, that's an argument I have, Tyler. Is they're saying, oh, immigrants don't pay their taxes. Well, here's a little heads up for everybody out there. All right, immigrants do pay taxes. Every time they buy something, they're paying taxes. Every time they buy gas,
Correct.
they're paying taxes. So you know what? Maybe they're not paying federal taxes, but guess what? Federal taxes are illegal. First of all. All right. So you're asking, if you pay federal taxes, you
shouldn't be if you are. And
exactly.
If you are, don't be mad at people who were man enough to not.
Well, that's bad for the government to do, because think about it. If you accept their tax money, that's essentially you saying that they are citizens. See, there's a contract now. Yeah. See, you've entered into the system. You're now being part of the system. We accepted your cash. Well, you've accepted the whole loop. You've got a contract now.
Right. Well, that's kind of my point with make them legal. Well, guess again, every time they buy something, it's taxed, except for what, food and clothing, and even that is questionable if they decide you need it or not. So, that's really, to me, an invalid argument. Then you add on that federal taxes alone are not constitutional by any stretch. Then they're more of a citizen than you are. At least they're standing up and saying, fuck the system. Isn't that what we're all supposed to be saying?
Yep.
Yes, we all should be saying that.
So, props to them. And if they can they find a way around it, then that's fine. You're complaining about your government shipping jobs overseas, and stop buying the products that are coming from overseas if that's your issue. Learn to live on less if that's your issue. If they, in other countries, they can live on minimum wage. Here we cannot. And, what do you expect companies to do? And, even with Trump saying he's going to bring back, business to the U.S., and here's the issue with that. You can raise the minimum wage. You can bring business back to the U.S. And guess what? Who's going to pay? The consumer.
Yep.
It's really that simple. So, and I don't know if there's really a way around it except for the end consumerism stop, going out and buying the new iPhone every year. Stop going out and buying the latest, big screen TV. Suck up with what you have. Learn to adopt.
Exactly.
Learn to adapt. Live within your means and stop living in debt.
Very true.
I have zero debt. My house is paid off. I'm content. I chill. I relax.
Much respect. Mine is too.
Exactly. It's a good feeling because we still have to pay our property taxes.
Yes, we do.
So you don't even own your home because we don't pay your property taxes. They'll take your house. So you don't own that either. But my point is, if you are truly fuck the system, you learn, like James was talking about. I don't hunt. I will not pick up a gun. I will not harm an animal. Hell, every morning I say at Gotha that if I even step on an ant, and my kids laugh at me. Because if I step on an ant, I will literally cry at times if it's in the wrong place. And if I do pray that it didn't suffer. So that's for me. But I do believe in gardening and growing your own food.
Thanks to Old Spice Hydro Wash.
And things along those lines. And that brings back to maybe a topic we want to talk about, which is James.
Was it a mistake to use my only water to take a shower in a place devoid of all water?
Everything in the
Only the sense of
take care of your
time can
neighbors. Take care of itself down there. And
Thanks to
that
Old Spice
is really what an anarchist is all about: is taking care of your neighbors, taking care of one
My
another,
quest for
growing your
hydration
own food. If your neighbor's growing one vegetable,
Was
you're
it a
growing
mistake?
another, you swap.
Trade out.
That's it. You trade up.
Trade out.
You talked about with the deer. Your family hunts a deer. They pass it around, man.
We pass it around, keep it in the family.
Take
I
care
haven't
of one
hunted in
another.
2 years because of that. That's great.
And that's the same with buffalo. That's the same with everything.
Yes, exactly.
Medicine,
To use my only
medicine's
water
very
to take a
nutritious.
shower in a
It's
place
a great
devoid of
meal. You can use a hide. You can use it, like you said, you can pretty much use everything. My
Yes.
wife,
Only the
uses
sense
the
of time
antlers
can
for
be the
beads.
Mm-hmm. Knife handles, what I use them for.
There you go. There you go.
Mhm.
And so you hear, and I've written on it in the past, and I'm not tooting my own horn for everybody out there, but you have to really embrace and look at what anarchy is, and it certainly is not what the media is portraying it as.
With a bunch of flames and people acting crazy in the streets.
No.
No, they want you to be afraid of anarchy, which is why they are pushing their agenda to, of that. And there are people out there who are going to do that. Don't get me wrong. I understand the consequences. I'm not an idiot in that regard. An idiot in many others, but that's not one of them. That when it comes down to it, yes, you're always going to have citizens who are going to abuse anything regardless. But it doesn't matter whether it's anarchy, oligarchy, democracy, republic, socialism, imperialism. You're going to have that no matter what. The difference in the anarchy is to let the citizens deal with the way. In the Native American culture, Terrence isn't on here to address this, but they cut your ponytail off and they kick you off the land, and they make sure that everyone knows who you are and what you did, and not to welcome you. And I tell you what, that keeps you in check real quick.
Sure does. Being ostracized from your community is major.
So there's my little rant about anarchy and all that good stuff. But we need to go back to going to your neighbors. Preston, you're older than I am, but I think Preston, James, and myself are in the same. We were all raised where we stayed out until the lights went on, the sun went down. Parents didn't worry about where we were. They knew we were friends. We knew we were family, and the neighborhood took care of each other. And in where I grew up in South Philly, we used to have a saying that you were grateful because you got hit. If you screwed up, you got smacked upside your head so many times by your neighbors. By the time you got home, you were grateful to be home, and that was allowed, and that was accepted because the neighbors took care of each other. We all watched out for one another. If
That's
you
right.
screwed up, everybody screwed up, and that's even going into the collective. When you speak for the collective, mind your words. Make sure you're not just giving yourself a bad reputation. You're giving everybody a bad reputation.
Exactly.
I was looking at some of John's comments earlier today and some other rants lately, and you really have to be mindful of what you're saying because you have people who do not understand the idea, who are going to see this and unfortunately say, "Oh, this is what anonymous is." They just lash out on people and say, "Expect us because whatever." That's ridiculous. You're not representing just yourself at this point. You're representing an idea. Once you put the mask on, once you claim to be anonymous, you are therefore representing the entire worldwide collective, flat, round, donut hole. It doesn't matter. All right, the world is the world.
Yes.
So, I didn't mean to shut up.
But it is flat, right?
I was gonna say, where's the one go?
No, if it was flat, all the kittens would have pushed everything off the table already.
This guy's got a point right there. Those fucking kittens would have done that shit.
That's right. If the earth was flat, the cats would have pushed everything off, and here we'd be,
I'm so going to use that as an argument against flat earthers.
Remember that guy? He said something like, I kept on putting up pictures of the Earth, and like nobody really noticed I was doing that. And we had the spinning logo. We had the spinning logo with the Earth just going around and around and around.
Oh yeah, you were trying to tell him. It's like, look, it's round. Look, it turns.
Oh yeah, he was telling us that the space program was a bunch of bullshit. There's not really shit up there.
Well,
I like to subtly trigger flat earthers any chance I get. So in my video intro and outros, like there's the there's round globe Earth. Anytime I write an article or have to say something about like stuff happening, I'm trying to think of a way to say it without implying that the world's round, but at this point in my life, I really don't know how, so I'll just go ahead and say across the globe or, around the world. Like, I'll always use phrases like that. So, like, I'm just, like, constantly throwing it out there just because I know that, like, that's all it takes. They're like, he said round, world, oh my God. Oh my God.
I need to kill this person.
You're holding us back scientifically 100 years.
Oh, man.
No, bro, that would be you.
I didn't get a chance to investigate this, but wasn't it Tesla who said the Earth was flat also?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
No, I don't think so.
I know Tesla had OCD and he was a germophobia, but I'm not sure about flat Earth.
Yeah, I thought I saw something. I forgot to look into it, so I thought I'd bring it up. Maybe
Tesla doesn't seem like one of those, but you know what was really weird is, he was into a lot of free energy and, God, even Preston will know about this. Back in back when he was experimenting with radio, and this is an anomaly that even he picked up on. He essentially heard a beeping sound on when there should be no radio technology, and what they think is that he was hearing a beacon somewhere out in deep space. This is way back in the turn of the century.
There must have been some good LSD, man.
I mean, like the only thing I can think of, is
Man,
like a
a beacon from
quasar.
outer space.
Well, I mean, it could be a quasar, but he thought, and this is something that wasn't talked a lot about Tesla, is that he did believe in extraterrestrial life, and he was also called a lunatic because he was saying these things about hearing a beacon. He actually thought it was from Mars.
All joking aside, that might be possible if you are enlightened in such a way that you could pick up something. Gordon Cooper, when he was circling the world, which is round, by the way, he's 100 miles up there in space, and he read the license plate of a Volkswagen Beetle 100 miles from space, and they thought he was crazy, but they sent a team from NASA to where that vehicle was, and they located that vehicle had been there, and he read that license plate to him, and they found that vehicle.
That sounds like a remote viewing experiment in a way, because you're saying he did that without any kind of optics or
yes,
camera.
without any kind of optics. Yes.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, they were even talking about that the other day on the History Channel about him doing that.
Well, I found the quote. And
breaking up, Tyler.
Me? This is George again. So I'm back, and like I said, I go back and forth. I'm in a safe. I'm in my one kitchen now. So it says Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and the moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field. Field also suspends in celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. The levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. But it was actually a man named Daryl Fox who said it. So, see how easy that is, kids, to research? It's that simple.
I was going to say, that doesn't sound like Tesla.
No, not at all.
No.
That's why, like I said, I found it interesting because he was such a brilliant man, and maybe he did do a lot of LSD. I don't think he was around.
I don't think there was an LSD around then.
No, it wasn't around. I don't.
Maybe absence, but no.
Mushrooms are still.
Well, he was he was really weird. He used to dream, and he would dream the devices that he was making into
into like 3 dimensions. He was just wired differently, you know.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, I believe that. I
he
believe
was
you're correct.
every once in a while you get these people in history that are just astronomically more intelligent than anybody you're ever going to meet.
That's
And
very
you know,
true.
Nikola Tesla was one of those guys, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, the history books just bury him, even though the stuff that he had come up with, some of the stuff was taken away during his death.
Well, you're right on that. You touched on a really interesting topic with how the history books bury him, and you look at the classes and what they're teaching to relate to the children today. The wonderful meme of, if you know who this is and you don't know who this is, you need to wake up. And what it's usually, Nikola Tesla against Beyonce, or Nikola Tesla against one of the Kardashians. And, with having so many kids in school, I can tell you that the topics they discuss about to try and relate to them, they don't talk about Tesla. They talk about, Beyonce and, how she made her money and how to become quote unquote successful. You know what I mean? It's so screwed up.
Well, there is some truth to that. I mean, if you can be a singing stripper, you probably can make a lot of money.
Boy, you still have to be a fairly good-looking singing
They've made
stripper.
a lot of money off me in my day.
Well, she was an okay-looking singing stripper, so she did pretty good. She married up as well. That helped a lot.
Yeah,
a little bit of Luciferianism, mixed in good with their bosses up there in Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's nothing weird to see here.
Oh, hey, speaking of that, did you hear the backstory of you see Macron with that pyramid in the background? Now that's the Louvre, which was apparently designed by the former president as a monument in homage to Lucifer.
Weird. I mean,
Yeah.
nothing. You know what's really weird is how many politicians we can tie to occult activities.
They're sick.
It's not like kind of like a little bit of them, like over like.
Oh no.
It's a lot of them.
666 panes of glass in the Louvre.
I mean, look at this.
It's a coincidence.
Look at the dollar, and they have the eye of Providence on there. It's bastardized to mean something it's not. You got the Bohemian Grove. How many people, how many American presidents have been Freemasons or members of Skull and Bones? I mean, it's absolutely, and this is not only like an American thing. This is international. It's like it's one big fucking club, and the joke's on the people that they're supposed to. Well, they're supposed to work for the people, but they think the other way around.
Yep. Well, that's what they tell you, but they've actually stolen the system for themselves. That talk about how they're going to create that breakaway civilization. They've already done it, man. They've already done it, thrown it in your face. It's what you call the world around you, because they've already stolen everything, man.
Well, they recruit, and these people, like especially Skull and Bones, they're really kind of weird. They recruit in Ivy League school. I forget which university they did it. They're handpicked.
Yale,
Harvard.
I think so. Yeah,
but they're expanding the whole secret house and secret fraternity system has expanded even more. They're creating more and more of these twisted assholes to throw at you. Forget the ones you've got already. That's bad enough.
Oh yeah.
And then once for 2 weeks a year they go to the Bohemian Grove, right? What I heard is that when I heard that story that Hunter S. Thompson had gone to the Bohemian Grove, like it didn't fucking surprise me, not one bit.
That dude was out there, man.
Well, you do LSD, for like 20 fucking years. You're gonna be out there, dude.
Oh well,
you're gonna be a little bit twisted, yeah.
Yeah, you ain't coming back either.
Remember those videos where he was shooting a gun at his neighbor? With God, yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Was shooting back. Vision.
Yeah, Hunter S. Thompson was pretty fucking out there, man.
Yeah.
That's what was weird. He had the gun thing going, but at the same time, he was really a power liberal. At University of Colorado there and all. I mean, it just his personality. Just it didn't all quite fit. Yeah.
There was a lot of drugs involved, I can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't he was a gun fanatic, and then he committed suicide with the gun, right?
Oh no, I don't know how he ended.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he killed himself.
I think he did.
Yeah.
You're looking it up right now.
Yeah, we'll be factual here, man. In this age of super data, you can do a search in a microsecond or less.
Right?
And as long as they haven't tweaked the Wayback server, we ought to be all right.
Yeah, died February 2005. Yeah, he died in February. Yeah, February 2005. Self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Damn.
I did not know that.
65.
That's like that Christy Sheets out of Houston. She's a gun advocate out of Houston, Texas. Had an argument with her husband, killed her 2 daughters, and then then she, cops kill her.
Well, if you know anything about Hunter S. Thompson, like, he was on a lot of drugs and probably had a lot of depression issues.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah.
I mean, has anybody ever seen like a video like where you actually think like from the Gonzo Vision stuff, like where you see Hunter S. Thompson sober as a bee? Not one.
But at the same time, he was more of a power liberal in a lot of his views. On the one side had the guns, but in regard to a lot of other issues, he was very liberal. Or he would be working at the University of Colorado.
As your professor, I recommend that you do all of his LSD. All right, that's all. with those stupid high shorts that he always has.
And totally be sincere the whole time. I just got an awesome visual. That's great.
That's what he said.
Oh, I set myself over that. Yeah.
I wonder if we should do a late night special on the Gonzo Vision.
Oh yeah, should we all make sure we have Gonzo Vision for that? It can be like the night it unfolded on Facebook with Luigi tripping acid.
Oh, that was a funny one. That was a funny one where he says, "Are you guys my pew pew friends?"
Well, I mean, hell, I ended up accidentally tripping face at the fucking May Day march where all the fucking crazy Confederates versus Antifa shit was going down around me. That was quite the experience. I definitely felt a bit like Hunter Thompson. I can say that though, like a journalist in the middle of the chaos, tripping face, like. Yeah, it was a total accident though. I just happened to touch up on some stuff that was a little more potent than
What you mean?
than we thought.
You're like, oh fuck. You mean like I can't write an article when the letters are moving around on the page?
You could always catch it with a butterfly net.
You like come to the article the next day. You're like,
That's not where I put that letter.
There's a bunch of like stuff, but it ain't.
Oh man, that was a crazy night for sure though. Got bear mace. Not too bad though.
Was it by the cops or just
Nah,
between
man,
the
it was by
groups?
the Confederate flag wielding guy. Like, oh man, this guy like could not have been like your more typical like Southern Confederate flag wielding redneck. And like looks like straight out of the Deliverance movie, man.
Oh my god. Oh.
And yeah, he was just every time he got nervous, he was hitting that bear mace into the crowd, and like I got a little bit shot up on me. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't enough to really fuck with me too bad, and that stuff's nothing like what the police use. So yeah, the shit that the police use, like you can't even open your fucking eyes. Like even getting in the mist from the wind off of that shit, you'll be like, oh my god, my fucking eyes, like blind, stumbling around and shit. So could be worse. Could be worse. Thank God the police didn't mace anybody. Which I don't know. Based on my experiences, we didn't have any old ladies out there, so they didn't break out the mace.
All right, 10 minutes, guys.
Damn, is it that already? Oh yeah, because we started really early. That's right. Well, it's been fun. Maybe we can get the ghost of Hunter Thompson on the show one night.
Yeah, do we have any clairvoyance or
No, we'll just get a guy.
Yeah,
We'll just get a guy that kind of sounds like him, and then be like, just talk about like the most random shit.
is there an oracle in him?
Oh, that would be totally hilarious if we got a character that could pull it off. Because I think really Hunter Thompson would have quite a lot to say about the current state of America, and it would probably be pretty fucking funny. He did like to largely paint, American consumerism and capitalism and all that kind of stuff as a big fucking circus. And yeah, that tent is coming down.
Yeah, the facade of it certainly is. I mean, the behind the scenes, you keep seeing them put in their Illuminati candidates here. See, from the power side, I'm still seeing them in charge. Nothing really changing, but the belief in them is definitely busted.
Oh yeah.
That has changed.
We are at a point where it's only a matter of time. I say this a lot. Every day, the numbers of people that are awake and taking a stand against this in some shape or form gets larger. And every day, the number of people that support this bullshit and are asleep to the whole facade shrinks. Every single day. Like it's one event that wakes up this person. It's one event that wakes up another person. And there's only so many people in the world. Eventually, it's gonna be all of us against all of them. And that makes me think of a line from an Elias Clay song. Imagine what it looks like when 7 billion people rise up. That's going to be really fucking scary, man. These guys aren't going to know what hit them.
Yeah, they'll have some cute let them eat cake moment, and it's just going to be on, man.
Those motherfuckers can go eat their cake, and yeah, we'll just take the rest of the world. I don't want cake.
Yeah, they're gonna.
I want freedom.
One too many times.
Fuck your cake. The cake is a lie.
Oh yeah, that game.
Yeah, I don't know how many people actually.
Portal. The cake is a lie.
That's good that somebody at least got the reference.
I don't game, right? I don't game, right?
Yeah, they just keep pushing, man. I mean, well, and what sinks them is they insist on like jacking with everybody. We can jack with the kids over there and the parents. We can fuck with them over at school. You know, we got all these guys over here in a prison complex. You know, we got the other
That's how they
security
keep
dudes.
pissing more people off.
Yeah, we got a boot on their face over here. Good job. You know, I mean, it's like, hey, man, you know, it's like, I mean, that
they're
can't
not
end in a
really
good
content
lie.
with being in charge and in charge alone. They're bullies when it really comes down to it. Like, you know, like you said, they have to be just fucking with somebody. There's a shit end of the stick, and they got to make sure somebody's fucking getting it. And it's pissing people off at an exponential rate.
Yeah, it's like every
And
way they can get to it, man. They just keep pushing. Finding other
I'm
ways.
personally using that to my advantage. Everything that I see that can be used as propaganda against the system, I will push it like a motherfucker. I will make sure everybody sees that police officer executing that man in the streets. I will make sure everyone sees that child ripped out of their loving parents' arms, because it pisses people off. And we're going to fucking piss enough people off one day that we're going to come with all these pissed off people, and we're going to fuck their shit up.
I was gonna say they've been using propaganda against even Anonymous, you know.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I mean, you haven't faced. I mean, there's been a few articles, but
Well, that article in Bloomberg, you know, completely, was completely.
yeah, that's an example, you know. But that doesn't happen very often. Usually, it's a fairly decent article about like whatever operation it is or why you're doing it.
It had been for a while. Like,
yeah.
No, there was
originally it was a lot of negative press.
Said that all Anonymous can do is take down websites, and what kind of power do they really have? And I'm like, well, you obviously don't know much about Anonymous, do you?
Because that's our smallest power. Taking down websites is just it's the simplest tool in our toolbox. It's nothing. You know, we mobilize people to the streets in unison in hundreds and hundreds of cities, in 400 or 500, 600 cities, and you know, everybody marching together the same day, together in solidarity for the same issues around the entire world. Like, that's something that, for the large part, nobody else can do. The March for Science that happened recently was one of the big ones that I've actually seen go off in unison around the globe that wasn't Anonymous related. Oh, in probably the last 5 or 6 years. Oh,
2 minutes.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I got a
2.5
comment
minutes.
to wanting to join Anonymous. If you Anonymous, then you're Anonymous. There you go.
Correct.
There you go.
If you're watching this show, you're probably already there.
Yeah.
I think what the biggest problem is a lot of people don't know how to make that entry into a community of other Anons. And that might be a good topic for another show, since we're completely out of time here. But, you know, I do see people have that trouble a lot. They don't know how to meet other Anons, or, a lot of them don't know how to properly assimilate into our culture and come in and like end up stepping on people's toes and pissing people off and get off on the wrong foot and then just, end up joining something like the Hate Factory.
Right. Remember, activism starts in you and in your community.
Maybe we should just have I don't know, because we've had so many New Blood groups in places. I don't know. Maybe just like a meet and greet group,
Wasn't that what
well,
Rose was doing?
They do have a website designed more towards that, and I'm not even gonna have time